What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I am Brea Thorn. How are y'all doing this evening? Oh no, my overlay is messed up again. That'll be a quick fix. Hope y'all are doing well. And that your weekend was enjoyable. Thank you for making me a part of the closing of your weekend. Always means a lot to me for those of you who show up and for those who watch the VODs afterward, because particularly on YouTube, there are those of you who do that, and I appreciate it very much. Okay, where are stream elements? Okay, stream elements supposed to be good. It's supposed to be, but sometimes with this, you see this right here, there's a thing that's supposed to be there. It's actually kind of, it may be easier to read without the thing. Now that I'm seeing this, see that says Coalition Chris down there. The text has always felt a little small to me on this. It's a pre-made overlay thing that you just customize. Either way, let me just fix this up real quick. And bam, there it is. We got it. Okay. Well, anyways, I'm here, you're here, and you're here as well. Welcome, whoever just joined. I'm not sure it happened. I just got the feeling. Let's see over in Twitch. First off, WXFan21, what's going on, buddy? Happy Easters to you too. Bluesionic Wolf, how's it going? Welcome. Bone Shock, how's it going? Happy Easter right back at you. Natty the Panda, we do be here. Yes, we do. Now, Jaspers, how you doing? Welcome in. Let's take a look here over on YouTube. M Grant 5017. How you doing? You are talking about a gaming laptop, and I can only help a little bit when it comes to laptops. I can't tell you whether a laptop is good or not. It's not really my area of expertise, which is why I do PC matchmaking rather than laptop like that. I mean, a laptop is a PC in a way. It's desktop PCs are what I do. They're more easy to judge because you don't have to handle it. It doesn't have a keyboard that's built in. You get whatever keyboard you want. It doesn't have a screen that's built in. You get whatever monitor you want. The build quality of a PC is important, but it doesn't require picking up and moving places a bunch of times. Those kinds of things. It's a very, very different experience to a desktop computer, and much more difficult to judge without having, what is it you're asking about here? The Asus RG Strix G16 5080 laptop. Without having that in front of me, I can't tell you whether it's good or not. If you're willing to pay the Asus tax, their laptop quality is usually very good. But oftentimes, you know, you're paying an Asus tax. Like that is part of the deal when you buy from them. Similar to a Corsair tax. It's the higher end brand, so it costs higher end money. That is not in the cards anymore. I see. Okay. 4070. Okay. 4070 Ti. Okay. 5070. Just get the best laptop that you can get. Whatever the best laptop you can get. Watch some reviews from people who are experts in that. See, my thing is, I don't like to be like, oh, I know an adjacent topic really well. That makes me also an expert on this one. And then I get to sound real smart. But that's your money. I'm not about to encourage, like, I'm not about to help you make a decision that I got no business helping with because I'm not experienced in that regard. It's funny because I have been sent a couple of laptops for review, but they're always these like $3,000-$4,000 laptops that are like absolute top of the line. It's like, this is not relevant to most people. Why do you keep sending me this? Send me a normal laptop, like a mid-range laptop. Come on. So there were never videos that came from it. I would send them back and be like, here you go. This is great. It's cool. But it's too expensive for like 95% of people. Hey, no problem. I like it. It doesn't help anybody if I try to self-aggrandize and say I'm good at everything that has ones and zeros running through it. Solid Holler, welcome in. Happy Easter to you as well, and for those who do celebrate it. You know a lot about audio. Do you have any mic recommendations? $100-ish. Yes. Rode Pod Mic if you're going XLR. If you're going to go USB, Rode Pod Mic USB. It's a really, really good microphone. The main recommendation I would make, let me ask you a question, Solid Holler, real quick. Do you have acoustic treatment in your room? As in, you know, the foam sound panels and things like that. Sorry, it's not Jasper's I'm talking to. Not you, Solid. It's just, I went back and that was the last message that was there. The thing is, with laptops, people just need to remember the performance is not the same as desktop version. That's how it's been forever, pretty much. You don't have any acoustic treatment. Okay, what you need to make sure you get is a dynamic microphone. You see how close I have to be to this microphone? If I move away, it's not very good anymore. My compression's doing the best it can. But no, you have to be very close to this. What does that mean? That means if there's an audio source near you, a loud computer, something like that, unless that audio source is right here, it's not going to be that audible. What you want to look for is one that there are certain terms that we can get into. Off-axis rejection. This is the axis right here of your your hypercardioid or cardioid polar pattern, and if it's off of that axis, it rejects that sound. That's very important at a microphone. If you're in an untreated space. Now, if you watch voice actors and musicians and stuff like that, they're probably going to use, although a lot of musicians do use nice dynamic microphones, singers do. But some also, they'll have a dedicated photo booth, a dedicated vocal booth that has extreme acoustic treatment and a very nice large diaphragm condenser microphone. A condenser microphone, there are certain frequencies of my voice that this does not do very well at. A large diaphragm condenser microphone, that means that the actual diaphragm on the capsule that your voice vibrates against in order to put the audio signal in there, right? Is larger, meaning it captures a broader wavelength of sound. Like it'll get deeper low pitches and some better highs in some cases. It just depends on what kind of mic you're looking at. But those microphones require good acoustic treatment. The unfortunate thing is, one really nice option, normal, like in some cases, is the Elgato Wave 3. Now they have a V2 of that, a version 2, but it's a condenser microphone, a large diaphragm condenser microphone. Oh snap! What the heck? Why isn't my alerts? Why aren't my alerts louder? What is happening with that? Because we just got raided by Shanala Cerberus. Let's go, nerds! Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Shanala, to the stream. That is one way to make an entrance, that's for sure. How's it going? I love shiny cardboard too. And we're going to be opening some of that for sure. Angry Beaver, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, I have a HyperX Quadcast now. Just sick of it. Yep, that's a condenser microphone. Yeah. Who needs acoustic treatment when you can just wrap a blanket around you and your microphone? That there are things like portable sound booth type of things that you can put around a condenser microphone, but that's not something you want if you're doing intense gaming, because it can get in the way of the monitor, or if you're streaming, because then it's just a wall in front of your face and you look like Wilson from Home Improvement. Nobody gets that one. Angry Beaver, you get that one. But yeah, Shanala, welcome. Let's give a little shouty outy here. Here we go. There you go. You're doing Pokemon trading card game. I am thinking at some point I might just want to stick to that topic. It's just, I don't want to discourage people who want help with PCs, especially with RAM prices starting to come down slowly. What would you say for $1,500 to $2,000 gaming desktop then? Okay, well, M. Grant, I got something for you right here in the description of the stream. This is perfect then, if that's what you're thinking about doing. I don't want to, now remember, when I say I can't help with laptops, I'm not saying you shouldn't have one. There are plenty of people who should probably have a laptop instead of a desktop, who need mobility for their PCs, who want to be able to game on their couch. I have, by the way, used a desktop for that, and not by connecting a TV, a portable monitor on on a kind of a boom arm. That's the thing I did, and a lap desk with keyboard and mouse. It was pretty fun. But anyways, that's not what not many people are willing to do that kind of thing. So it's not to say you shouldn't get a laptop. It's just to say I'm not the guy to help you with that. There are people who do. There are content creators out there who are much better at it. Now, as for helping with a desktop, now you're speaking my language. Right in the description, the very first thing there is a link to a form where, instead of me sitting here asking you 20 questions just to try and get an idea of what's right for you, you just fill out a form and then you're on the list to get help. Real quick, Coffee JXW, thank you for the $6.99 Canadian super chat. Let's go, nerds. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, was that a super sticker? That's a super sticker because it has a little doggy on it. That's yep. But yeah, Shanala, again, thank you for the raid, and thanks for bringing in your viewers here to come hang out. I appreciate that. Open up 6 booster boxes today, as well as those 2 loose packs and some Pokemon figures. Very cool. Grand Rising Lord Braithorn, Phyllis Swarm. Marines. Oh, we're Marines now. Wow. I feel like maybe there should be a few more steps to joining the Swarm then. By the way, I got that Dell monitor I told you about. It was really, thanks so much. You're welcome. Yeah, it's really good. Nice. So what'd you pull, Shanala, from those booster boxes? I must to know what you pulled. Hello. My RTX 30 and 0 just died on me. 3080. Jeez. That sucks. That's a really bad time for that to happen. I mean, we're talking about potentially in a couple of months, prices being far more reasonable than they are at this very moment. So it's a pretty bad time for that to happen. Do you have a backup GPU? I mean, basically what you do, if you're like, okay, I don't want to spend, while prices are super high, you get less for your money. So what you do, Coffee, is you go to the used marketplace, if you're used to that, if you're okay with that, and get yourself like a 1660 Super or something like that. Just for now, just depending on what kind of system you have, you might not have integrated graphics. You might not be able to troubleshoot your PC or do anything. So get yourself a cheap used GPU that can game a little bit until prices come down and you can actually get what your money's worth. You know, get your money's worth out of a GPU. There are, man, I don't even want to get into it. There's rumors of 60 series, and they're like, yeah, there's less raster performance, but man, the AI in these things is going to be... What can I say that I haven't already said? So was condenser mic good or bad? I got lost in the explanation. You want dynamic microphone. Dynamic, not condenser. Dynamic is where you have to get close to it. Condenser microphone, you want it like this far away. Hang 10. You want it like that far away. Dynamic microphones, you get right up on it like this. And that helps a lot with canceling out room sound, things like that. And then you apply a noise gate to that, and you got a real clean vocal signal. Compression is also really nice. Now, the one thing about the Rode mic, I don't know if the USB version has good software for it that's dedicated to just that. I haven't tried it in that way. I go XLR all the way and just use, but there's just some pretty expensive like options for that. So a pod mic is like $100 XLR style. Like that's just this thick cable right here, right? The USB, I think it's like 50 bucks more, but it's both XLR and USB, meaning if later on you level up your audio solution to something like this, that's you can't see now. Back there, a Rodecaster Pro 2 or something crazy like that. You don't need the Pro unless you're gonna have 4 microphones. You don't need that one. Just the Duo or the Streamer X or something like that is fine. If you level up your audio interface, the mic levels up with you because it has XLR and USB-C. Now, if your budget was like 50 bucks, I would say go with the Fifine AM8. It's a solid microphone for the price. It is both XLR and USB as well, and it has a pretty nice sound profile too. It's very much designed to somewhat perform like the SM7B or SM7DB, which is the one you see everybody using. It's a little bit too ubiquitous, honestly. I never thought I would buy one until I saw the whole custom color thing, and I was like, okay, I broke. I was like, okay, it looks really good. I didn't like the way they looked, just all in black, in my opinion. It's just, you know, it's too much of that. Indeed, Swarm Chapter needs rigorous initiation rites. Emperor demands only the best to combat the heresy of the warp. Okay, so it's like, all right, so it's a space kind of marine. Got it. Okay. And that's what the Grand Rising Lord, Grand Rising thing is. That's a Warhammer thing, right? Okay, got it. Not a setting I have delved much into, unfortunately. No sound, says Bone Shock. Everybody's responding to me, so yes, they can hear me. Working on organizing and taking pics of hits right now. Very cool. You can go the cheaper route and buy a random webcam plus mic combo for 10 bucks, throw 8 noise gates, a filter, several Audacity plugins, and suddenly you have the equivalent of a $15 mic. That's not $5 profit, but I like where your head's at. My CPU is integrated graphics. That's good. I'm going to use GeForce Now in the meantime. That's good. If you have good internet, then GeForce Now is a really good solution there. The spitballing. I doubt an actual Marine would say Grand Rising. I mean, I like that phrase. It's a good phrase. I mean, I don't know where it's from, but it's good. It sounds, I don't know. It sounds grandiose. So that's cool. Yeah. So little update for anybody who wasn't here, by the way. Anyone who missed it last week on Thursday. Our chase is over. One of them, anyway. We've actually been doing pretty good on the chases lately. We got all those 9 starters from the illustration collection first partners thing. And yeah. Now we have these. All 3. We got all 3 from Ninja Spinner. That is freaking dope. That happened in, like, it was the last box I had of it. I did not want to buy any more Ninja Spinner stuff. There are also other really great cards in there, yes. But yeah, we did it. We did it, gang. The matching set of Froakie to Frogadier to Greninja to Mega Greninja EX, SAR in this case, is done. So no more Ninja Spinner, but barring any people filling out the form and wanting some help, we're just going to be ripping through a bunch of the Japanese product that I have. A lot of it. We're just going to be going. I've thought to myself, like, I could probably approach some content like in a way where, let me fix this a little bit. There we go. Where I just do voiceover for it. I don't have to do this part as much, where we're just hanging out and chatting, and I can be ripping packs, and then we can voice over it, because I have a very solid setup right here where it's just going to look good regardless of what we do. There we go. I let that one through, Bone Shock. You're good. I picked it up from the Wiccan astrology crowd. I like it myself. That's cool. Very cool. Package, what's up? By the way, Breathorn, have you done any upgrades to your PC build this year? No, I have not. It's just not really. I mean, I had to add storage, but it was storage that I already had lying around. So that's that. It's just not a good time for upgrades. because like the price increases are not just in RAM and storage anymore. Unfortunately, it's hitting all parts of the PC industry. It's going to be all parts soon, because now you have. It just wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. Now we got to deal with things like shipping costing more for. I'm talking about freight for those importing parts from other countries and all that being way more expensive with the price of oil going up so much. It's starting to hit all of the components. Cases are probably going to take a big hit for any that start coming in the next couple of months. Most of the cases you buy right now will already have been in the States, but as they keep getting imported, if this continues on for much longer, cases are expensive, just as expensive to ship as CPUs and GPUs, except you can fit way fewer into a container for a container ship, and they are also way less valuable than those smaller parts. So yeah, we're probably going to start feeling the pinch on cases here if things continue as they're going over the next couple of months. And it's going to be power supplies too. It's going to be everything. And just when we were starting to see RAM prices start to go back down, not to reasonable pricing, but somewhat of an approximation of it. Let me hit that like button. I appreciate that, M. Grant. I'm really impressed with GeForce Now performance so far. Yeah, people hate on cloud gaming. I was using that way back when I first started streaming because I was doing video games and I was streaming games, right? And I had not a very powerful PC. It was when I built it, rather. When I built it, it was. But that had been years and years prior. And so to stream, I was streaming on my PC and I was running Shadow PC for the gaming. So it was like I had a 2 PC setup. I even made a video about it that nobody watched because nobody knew who I was yet. Also, the thumbnail was terrible, but very funny. I don't want to run an ad right now. Stop it, Twitch. Relax. Howdy, do you have any recommendations on external hard drives? I'm doing a lot of 3D modeling and my SSD is filling up fast. Gooby Town, I will say storage right now is it's creeping up to 3 times its normal price. So with that in mind, it's not possible to have any good recommendations. It's really just how much storage can you afford? And yes, there are really nice external drives, but they're exorbitantly expensive now. One that would have cost, I hate when people come in and say, I bought my RAM 5 months ago and it only cost this much. Like, yeah, we know it's more expensive now. Thank you. I don't hate that, but yeah, I have heard it a lot, basically. But here's me doing it. I have 2 of these 2 terabyte drives, and I use them to sort of transfer data back and forth whenever I actually don't really need to. I'm talking about to my laptop and stuff, even though I can just go on the network and do it that way. Sometimes I will then move stuff off of my laptop because it only has so much storage in it, and I'll move it onto this. I have backups in the cloud, yes, but anyways, whenever I need to transfer storage, I use these little 2 terabyte 2000 megabyte per second Kingston drives that are really tough. Like you can drive a car over them and they won't get damaged. Those things are like $300 now. They used to be like $150 or $125 or something like that. They're like $350 now. Random question. How often do you nuke your PC or reset it to factory, I guess? Very infrequently, because I know how to maintain an operating system well. I don't just let it get to where I have to burn, to burn down the forest to prune a few trees. You know what I mean? I just maintain my PC every couple weeks. I'll run CCleaner on it. I will go and sort out my storage. I will move things to the cloud that I don't need, that don't need a physical backup, that kind of thing. I have Dropbox, and I have the business Dropbox. So it's like a lot of storage. And I just do that. But the reason I don't want to just nuke my PC and start from scratch is because I have so many programs in there where I have presets and all these things that they don't have export functions for. Adobe Premiere Pro does not have an export function for I probably have like 100 presets for different things like punch-in zooms and all these different things where I don't have to go back and do it all manually again. That's just one program. That have presets in Adobe Audition for how I like to process my microphones. They are set to a certain way. My levels are set here. So I can just run the audio through it and it just comes out great because I took a whole day to like make those presets. So that's why I don't feel like doing that. Now, when it comes to streaming, you can try to like export your whole stream setup and everything, but then you have to know where are all the assets that I'm using. Are they in 14 different folders? Cool. All right, well, I get them all into one folder. And yes, this is the kind of thing you're supposed to set up when you're setting up your stream. Put all your stream assets in one folder. That's how I have it now. But whatever. Setting a whole stream up again to where everything works really well it's a lot. If I was just gaming on a PC, maybe every year or two, maybe every couple years, I would just reinstall Windows, reinstall my games, do all that stuff. Yes. But I'm not just gaming on these. I do productivity tasks, production, broadcasting, all kinds of stuff. It's a little harder that way. Braithorn, do you know anything about the Nebula screen, or is that just more laptop stuff? Nebula screen? Can't say that I do. What's up, Steve? Welcome. Roll in November and hopefully a little sanity, not to get into politics, but rein them in a little. Yeah, well, that's I can't see that not happening, but been wrong before. SSD external is going to be better now. Goobytown, if you're trying to long-term store things, a spinning hard drive is fine and you'll have higher capacity, but it's just slower. You basically like, okay, I'm transferring all these files. Do not cut and paste, copy and paste, so that you can verify your files, validate your files before you delete them from your computer. Okay. Also, get yourself like a 2 terabyte Dropbox account or something, or even I think Google Drive gives you a terabyte for free or something. Use that for now. Use that right now and make the files online only. That means if you need to download something, you can just get it. That right there is going to save you a ton of money instead of going and spending 3 times the price on storage, whereas you could spend that same money whenever prices get back in line and you'll have triple the storage, right? Like, it's just probably the right way to do it. I only have 15 gigs free on Google Drive, says Peckish. Right. But for Goobytown, it might work. I bought my PC for $300 2 years ago. So, like, get on my level, everyone. Thank you. You're welcome. Best options is by Seagate or Western Digital, but yes, they will be expensive. I mean, that's like 2 of like only 3 really viable options at this point. Yeah. Gotcha. Good call. I get a terabyte through OneDrive, but have a lot of files saved both locally and in the cloud. Well, basically, yeah, cloud only for anything that's cold storage. Stuff that you don't want to lose, but you don't need to use. Damn, that was good. That just like, sometimes these things just right off the top of the coconut. So that's what you put there. I personally really like Dropbox, even though they kind of fell off in terms of like the public opinion. I still prefer Dropbox because I'm used to the workflow. I like the desktop app. It's very clean. It just uses your folders. You don't really have to mess with an app. It just really connects you to your cloud drive. But I used to use Google Drive. The problem is when I had my editor over in Canada, Mr. Cuddles, we had issues with Google Drive where I think some files were lost that he had put a lot of work into, and we didn't have a video. It just didn't sync properly. So I never really trusted Google Drive again for work stuff. I like Dropbox. That's me. But that was really something that happened only once to me, but once was enough, you know, whenever I was really relying on that file. You have to pay for more storage with cloud, but it is less expensive. Yeah. I mean, it's just honestly, at a time like this, it's the sensible option. Plus, if there's anything, we don't, you know, obviously hope this doesn't happen, but if anything catastrophic happens to your physical PC and the area around it and other devices in your home, your files are safe. Everybody should have cloud backups. You can actually set up a backup. Basically, if you're paying a little bit for cloud storage, like if you have Dropbox, you can have an automatically updating folder, right? You could have Windows do a backup to that folder every night, and it would replace the backup that's already in there, and then that auto uploads to Dropbox. I like the auto syncing and everything. It's really good for me. I'm pretty sure Google Drive does the same thing, but I prefer the way Dropbox does things. That's just me. Not sponsored. It's just that's what I use if people want to know. The phone app is just okay. Sometimes it fails to export files to my phone whenever I need to upload something, like make a thumbnail for a reel or short. I think it's Instagram is what allows you to just put a thumbnail on a short. It's pretty cool. But YouTube makes you use something in the actual video as the thumbnail, which is annoying. But anyways, sometimes it just fails to export and I have to like email it to myself or something. It's like, thanks Dropbox. That was your one job. I have like 500 gigs of storage with Proton and I'm paying like their cheapest plan. 500 gigs it's something for sure. You can store quite a bit in there. SanDisk 4 terabyte SSD is $450. I swear it was half that a year ago. Yeah, that's what global shortages do. Thanks for the mic recommendation. You saved me from buying a Razer mic because it lit up and it was a condenser mic. Didn't you just say that? Hold on. Yeah, that's the same thing as your Quadcast. Why would you fall for the same thing? That's why you bought the Quadcast and we both know it. Why would you just do that? Why would you do that to yourself again? The AM8 lights up, okay? And you don't need to have software to do it. It's just a button that changes the color. My OCD makes me want to have both cloud and external copies. I agree, and that is the way to do it. You want 3 copies of everything, right? You want the ones on your PC. You want a remote backup and a local physical backup. Remote physical is even better, but that's more for businesses. That's enterprise stuff. As for personal stuff, especially for a hobby or something that you're just picking up, cloud storage is going to be just fine. If anything, if you have an old PC lying around and it has a 1 terabyte drive in it, you don't use that PC anymore, wipe that drive and get yourself here, let me show you this. If you have any old M.2s that are at least a terabyte, that would make this worth it. You can grab something like this. Flash drives wish they could be this good. Hey, no, stop it. I should have had my window up already. That's my bad. This isn't even the right one because it's an incognito one because this is Amazon and they love to dox people. Here we go. NVMe M.2 enclosures that are USB-C. Some of these, this one does up to 10 gigabits per second. Most drives at maximum will do like 7,000 unless you're looking at a PCIe Gen 5 storage drive, which you're not going to be messing with for something like this. But these are great. These are awesome. Yeah. So this kind of thing's really good. Which ones I haven't seen the one that, so the one that I've had for the longest time is not on here because it's gotten upgraded at this point. But it's like this one. It's like the older version of this Sabrent one here. Which is $17.99. So if you already have an M.2 drive or maybe buy a used one that's been wiped or something, throw that in there. You could have up to 8 terabytes in this thing eventually if you want to. Your mic is sick. Cherokee Vapors, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Is it an external drive? Just a hard drive, but okay. What? I do have an old M.2, but I think I need a case for it. There it is. That's the one. I bought an enclosure that was the wrong form factor. What kind of drive is it? If it's an old M.2, is it a SATA M.2? Because those are the ones that capped out at like 512 megabyte per second, rather than anything gigabit. It's just it's a SATA 3 connection. But some of these are both. This does both NVMe and no, hold on. Which one? Let me see. It says right here that it's SATA. Here we go. This one does SATA as well, right here. There you go. If you read further up, you'll see what I said. There's a Seagate 6 terabyte for $199 on Amazon. That's the thing is, $199 for 6 terabytes is like, that is not that would have been, I don't know, maybe $100. So it's like double the price. But if that's what you can get, that's what you can get. That's fine. You could even get a SATA to USB type USB 3, USB 3.0 basically, SATA to USB 3.0, and use it with that kind of drive as an external drive without even having to have an enclosure. It just plugs into that. You plug in power and data, and you're good to go. So there's an option. I'm surprised you don't have a NAS Braythorn. I did, but before my YouTube took off, I sold it. I've been wanting one, and I was actually working on a deal to do a collaboration for a NAS drive, and then the person I was working with left that company and went to another one. So I'm back to square one. I was at a point where like I shouldn't spend money on computer stuff because I'm getting sent computer stuff, but that point was a long time ago. It's not amazing, but it's better than nothing. That is true. Cherokee, do you see your message on both sides there? Thank you. Thanks for being in both chats. I appreciate that. Let's see. But yeah, happy Easter to you as well. Welcome, Chris. How you doing? Thanks. Hard drive might be the best option for now. Okay. I still think cloud storage is a solid option for you. Just setting files to be online only, you know. But whatever you're most comfortable with is the right option. Okay. Alrighty. Anyways, my sister bought me an ungraded Blastoise set 2 for Christmas. It's already gone from 55 to 77. Nice. I think I can retire early. There it is. That's the windfall. Panther, welcome in. I think it'd be cool if I could apply sound effects to those transitions. I can't, though. It would get annoying after a while, probably, so maybe it's for the best. I'll do both. There you go. Thank you. That's the right way to do it. But yeah, congrats on the big hits with the Blastoise set. Very nice. But I'm just glad I don't have to open Ninja Spinner anymore. That's good. I don't have to get any more of that because it went up in price, like a lot. Probably by, I don't know, like 25% or something. So yeah, you can just make your own sound effects, old-fashioned style. It's true. This is true. Oh, I have one right here. This is the, this is a drive I was talking about. These Kingston drives are great. I even have the sort of rubber bumper thing for it to sort of keep it. Oh, you're ever so slightly out of focus. Anyways, I have the rubber bumper thing for it to keep it even safer, but I think that, I don't know. I don't know. That's on the, I have a red one too. It's on the red one. But yeah, these are really, really nice. I've used them with when traveling a lot. Like if I'm going to be, I'm currently using an Asus ROG Flow Z13 when I travel. And that thing doesn't have a lot of storage in it. It's just 1 terabyte and you cannot add more. So this is what I'll have with me to offload footage if I start running out of space on that. Wait, hold on. Where did this go? Yeah, that's right. I don't have the supporter bar on that screen because I do recordings there. Okay. Me remembering why I did things. Now I got to check out the form. Let's see if anyone's filled it out. If you have filled out the form and are awaiting help, you do need to tell me that you've done that. I don't have alerts or anything to let me know that someone has filled out the form. So I wouldn't even know how to set that up. So you do have to tell me. Of course, I didn't notate that. Good job, me. So I'm just missing. Wait, no, 26th. Hold on. I'm missing a whole week. Okay, that's great. Oh, all right, Chris. I feel you though. Yeah, I sorry to see that you're leaving, but hope you're not having too rough of a day there. But yeah, I feel you for sure. Got you. I'm rocking a Legion 5i Pro with only 1 terabyte. The 5070 Ti on it, Ultra 9 rock, but that's why I'm storage conscious. Fair. Can you? I mean, not for now, obviously, because you'll get a much better deal if you wait on it. But can you add another SSD to that thing? I don't know what the Legion 5i Pro is. Is it a desktop? I don't follow Lenovo's things. I'll fill out form when upgrades get more normal price, but for now, I'm only planning on a Ryzen 10,000 chip. It's going to be 11 because they've been going 5, 7, 9. Then it's going to go to 11, unless they change the naming convention, which Intel did it. So why shouldn't they? Okay. So That's right. We told Atrix to hold off. So, okay. All right. So until someone fills out the form, we're good to do whatever we want, and I would love to rip some packs. That'd be great. It's a laptop. Got it. I got 20 Gen 3 M.2 drives last week. Cool. I guess Gen 3 might be the way to go right now. I don't know. Going to Vegas in the morning for a week, hoping I can spot a card shop while I'm there. Not Jasper's. At some point in, I mean, the video is super long, but it's a great video. And it's the one where Pat, Deep Pocket Monster, is doing his whole... he did a Pokédex from scratch. And for one of the generations, I think it might have been Gen 4. I don't remember. He was in Vegas and he went to a bunch of different card shops. So you might want to check there, see what some of the places he went to were, and follow that guide. Yeah, there's 2 NVMe slots that are accessible. Sweet. I heard that AMD might buy Intel. I mean, they can't just do that. Like, they can't just do that. Like, that has to get approved. That would be monopolistic. They can't do that. That's going to get blocked. That's not going to happen. It's like NVIDIA trying to buy ARM. It's just not going to happen. Paid 800 USD last year for a 7950X3D and sold it recently for 415. Did I get lowballed? I mean, it's a used product, and whoever's buying it doesn't know how used it is. But Russ Peter, first off, hi, welcome, hello, greetings. How's it going? Secondly, a little bit, yes. You got a little bit lowballed on that, but not really. Like the 7950X3D now has both the 9950X3D and the 9950X3D V2 that have supplanted it completely. So, yeah. So that does push the price down. It's really hard to say. I'm not that tapped into the used parts market. My main job is to help people buy new PCs that mostly pre-built as well. People who are new to PCs, because that's really the safest option for someone who's new to this stuff, you know, is to get and not have to troubleshoot someone else's problems, basically. AMD have partnered with Intel for Nook. It's not ownership. Yeah, no, they're not. Like, buying out their only CPU competitor is not going to be a thing. Yeah. I was looking at SSDs, about two 1 terabyte Gen 4 high K Vision Future Light. I've never heard of that brand. Glad to hear it's going great. I mean, considering the current government, what? Okay, I wouldn't say we get blocked as long as they pay enough bribes. It's not going to happen. Like, there are other entertainment media corporations. I mean, yes, those are the biggest, right? Those are some of the biggest, but there are other media corporations, plus all the dilution that has happened with media companies as well, with streaming and all of that. Netflix trying to buy out Warner Brothers and everything, right? That added more media companies now that they're also producing. They've been producing their own content for years, movies, shows, everything. It is different when you have the tech industry than the entertainment industry. I don't see that happening. NVIDIA wouldn't want that also, by the way. NVIDIA wouldn't want that to happen. They don't want the resources of AMD and Intel to go up against in terms of graphics cards, because that's one of the things that would happen is you would have the ARC GPU team. The ARC GPU team has actually done some really amazing stuff, like against all odds. And then you have the Radeon team jumping on there. Plus, with their combined resources, they're much more of a threat to NVIDIA. So Jensen likes to have $1 million dinners with a certain person. That wouldn't happen because of those very same bribes you're talking about, Natty. Leondo Tex 3, what are your favorite games in rotation right now? get as much time to game as I'd like, but I have been playing Pocopia. It's been great. It's been really relaxing. That's mostly what I try to do in gaming is relax. And Super Metroid map randomizers. Very mainstream gaming right there. Actually, it is half mainstream right now. Pocopia is definitely mainstream. Hike Vision is in China. It is popular in Africa. Cool. Speaking of monopolies, yeah, I got it. I did get it, Solid Holler, but I will allow the Automod to deny that one. But yes, I did get it. So I'm saying Hike Vision, and I'm sticking with that. It's fine. Speaking of monopolies, I wish I bought ASML stock when I considered it in July. The stock market is a crazy, it's a crazy mess right now. Like it's in terms of, I'm not a stock expert, nor am I'm just not a financial advisor of any kind. I'm actually terrible with money and all those things. But as a casual observer and someone who understands the tech industry pretty well, I like to think it's very scary in the stock market right now. There's money to be made if you had invested a little while ago, but that money could all be gone tomorrow. Anyone who's invested in OpenAI understands that one, or Micron investors understand that one for sure. I don't know. Could be considered offensive by some people, I guess. Wasn't really tapped in on Intel. How was their 2024, 2025 during the roar of AMD CPUs? What's their new strategy? Their 2024 to 2025 was taken up by, I mean, they lost a lot of stock. They fired a lot of people because of 13th and 14th gen Intel and all of the issues there, but mostly with their handling of it and the fact that they were denying known issues. They were denying RMAs on known issues until they finally had to come out and admit everything, open up RMAs again, lose a bunch of money there that they deserved to lose because of a lack of quality control, both on their production in 13th gen, leading to oxidization issues in 13th gen CPUs, and also with the microcode management and whoever, the team that was involved with setting up the microcode, who I guarantee you from the top, there were orders coming down, make it faster than AMD. Make it faster than AMD. Well, we can't. We don't have 3D cache. We'll make our own version of 3D cache, and it's going to be better. But that takes a couple years. Just make what we have now faster. And then they do. And then it starts frying itself. And they're like, oh, okay, well, we got to do, now we have to tell everybody to to lower the performance of their CPUs. Great, cool. It was just a really bad time. And the problem with that was that the actual product of Pat Gelsinger's time there, Core Ultra 200S, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. It's actually super awesome. It's actually very good. But these people that are joined at the hip with their benchmarks, and if it's not at the top of the benchmarks, it sucks. Don't buy it. It's a waste of sand. All they would say is how bad it was at launch. It's unstable. It's not faster, blah, blah, blah. Okay, first off, no CPU generation has ever been amazing at launch. Ever, ever, ever. They're all unstable. They're all bad. They all need BIOS updates. That's called early adopter woes. It's a known phenomenon, okay? It's very normal. You must be new here if you think that's not normal and you're just, or whatever, or you need to get clicks on your videos. Sure. The other thing is, like, a lot of the loudest voices out there would be criticizing from 12th to 14th gen because they were good in terms of, not the whole dying part, that sucked, but performance, particularly in production. But the yelling, the screaming could be heard all across the world. We want lower temperatures. We want lower power draw. So Intel spends a couple years, it takes a couple years to spin up a new generation of CPUs, by the way, to get them from concept to shelf, okay? It's a long process. So Intel says, okay, check this out. Core Ultra 200S, same performance more or less as the last generation, way lower power draw, way better efficiency. There you go. Better temps, everything you wanted. And everybody's like, it's not at the top of the charts. My precious charts. Yeah. As like 2 months in after the 265K launched, it dropped by like $200 in price. And it was the best deal in CPUs for a year. And it still is. But now you got 270K plus or whatever, and that's even better. And the price is pretty solid too, and that's going to go down. But you would never know that if all you do is listen to tech videos. It just... My 1080p gaming benchmarks, Yeah, I had a 13th gen CPU. I was living on Greenland for 8 months. When I came back, I got the update and was chilling. Well, if you weren't using it for 8 months, then you were probably fine, although there was a massive amount of those that had the oxidation issue. Guess what? Core Ultra 200S, it was impossible for that to have that same problem because Intel didn't manufacture it. TSMC did. Or at least they made the silicon, but yeah. Intel's failing because of long-term support is only 2 to 4 year support for Intel. It's less than that for this generation. I've been yelling about that for the longest time. They bank on the idea of most people don't upgrade their CPUs. They just buy their computer, they use it till it's not good anymore, and they get new computer. And if you're just looking at the niche hobby of building and upgrading PCs, which is, again, a niche hobby, not everybody, is a very small percentage. 70 to 75% of PC hardware per year goes to pre-builts. Anyway, let's not assume that people actually want to upgrade their PCs. Most people never even want to open it. It's a magic box where internet happens, okay? And video games. That's that. I'm just going to plug my HDMI into the motherboard and everything will be great. Yeah, that's one of the number one causes of those early tech support calls. But I digress. That's not why Intel was failing. It was because of 13th and 14th gen and the loss of public trust. That was it. Plus, also, not being able to compete with 3D cache. Not even close. Even 13th and 14th gen had trouble beating the 5800X3D. 5800X3D, by the way. That thing was still PGA. Thing is, Intel's new CPUs were not even in my or any friends I have mind. Yeah. I'm not sure if it was bad marketing. Old issues are just AMD being broken when they dropped. The thing is, remember this. The 9800X3D is, like, barring a couple of exceptions, like the 9850X3D. Hey, you want to spend $50 more to get 1% more performance? This chip's for you. Yeah, great job, AMD. Anyways, barring that one, or the forthcoming 9950X3D V2 is the best gaming chip on the market, most powerful. Once you go past 1080p, that doesn't matter all that much, except for a handful of games that still require more CPU power, even at higher resolution. 95% of games don't even care about that. Once you get to 1440p or 4K, it's mostly GPU at that point. Okay, CPU, it will be, you go ahead and run your, MSI Afterburner and your online, your heads, your OSD, your on-screen display from Riva Tuner. And you'll see your CPU sitting at like 10% usage, GPU at like 90%, 99%, whatever. That's higher resolution gaming, okay, which a lot of people have been moving to. Yes, a lot of people are still gaming on 1080p, most people, but the fastest growing one is 1440p. So you didn't need, a lot of people who are like, hey, I want to game at 1440p. Cool. You don't need a 9800X3D. You just don't. Unless you're specifically playing Microsoft Flight Simulator, Call of Duty games, because they still need CPU at higher resolutions. There's a few examples of games that still need that. Most don't once you get up to 1440p or 4K. Okay, that's just an observable truth. That's why they don't include those charts when they're testing CPUs, because they turn into a wall. They're all even on performance on the CPU side for most games. Yeah, Rust is one of those titles that still wants a high-end CPU at higher resolution. Rust is one of those titles. Call of Duty, real-time strategy games that require a lot of computation for all those individual units and all those different things going on. They benefit greatly from a higher-end CPU. I think Battlefield 4 was the latest one, right? I think Battlefield 4 is the same, if I'm not mistaken. What was Intel's reaction when 7800X 3D dropped? I don't know. To launch 13th gen, I guess? Unless it was the other way around. I don't know. 75% buys pre-builts with today's information. Russ Peter, what information are we talking about? With today's information. Yes. Like, okay, Russ Peter. There are a lot of cooking videos out there. Do you cook all your own meals? Or is it mostly people who have that as a hobby that they like to do? Or they just do that because they think it's the healthier thing to do, right? But like, anyone who cooks for themselves will be really eager to tell you, don't go buy fast food. Don't order pizza. Don't go to blah, 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 whatever, whatever. That's so bad for you. What's wrong with you? Because they know something we don't. Sure. And all the information's out there on the internet, right? Why would anybody buy fast food these days or any restaurant food with today's information? Here's a little tip for you. Most people don't want to build PCs that want to do PC gaming. And that doesn't make them any less of a gamer. You're talking to me about today's information with like the opinion from 10 years ago. If you don't build your own PC, yeah, you're not a real gamer. Is that what we were saying? Because if that's not what you're saying, all I got are the words you put on screen. So if you're saying that was weirdly phrased, then sure. BKM389, what's up? Welcome. Z-Man's Car, welcome in. How's it going? Michael Sanders, how you doing? I sense a world famous Braithorn rant coming. I haven't done one in a while. I needed that. I needed to shake off the rust myself. Yeah, most of my career on YouTube was spent fighting off that very, very basic argument of like, nah, just build it yourself. Okay, cool. So for the parents that are buying their 11-year-old their first PC, yeah, just build it yourself. They don't have time. They have jobs and they're taking care of a kid. We never know what someone else's life is like, but most people's lives, apparently around 70 to 75% of people, lead them to buying a pre-built. But it's a great way to get into PCs. Let's not sell that short. And the funny thing is, usually when I ask someone who is talking about that kind of thing, like, oh, build it yourself. When I ask them, what was your first PC? They're like, oh, it was a pre-built. Okay, cool. That's fine for you, right? But not everybody else. Most of the PC enthusiasts out there, including the ones who will loudly denounce pre-builts, started on a pre-built, started modifying that, upgrading it. And that's how they got into PCs. Yet they want to close the door behind them to not allow others to do the same easier route, more reliable route, where you've got a warranty. You have a working computer right off the bat. Very few people start out by building their own PC with nobody helping them, no uncle being like, yeah, I'll teach you how to do this, or friends that do it just on their own, spontaneously developing the will to build a PC out of nowhere. No, it's influence. We get influence to do these things, and it is fun. I've been building PCs for 25 years. I don't know how old you are, but that might be longer than you've been alive. And I spent most of that time telling people, this is my hobby. You don't have to share it. But PC gaming, yeah, you gotta get into that. That is the best. And then whenever they're like, hey, I need more storage, let me teach you how to add storage. This is really one of the easiest upgrades you'll ever make. And there you go. That is how you build a PC enthusiast. Not by telling them what they should do, but by helping them do what they want to do. I hear your point. Gave me a different perspective on it. Yeah, it's one of those things that reasonable people, once they hear it, will be like, oh, you know what? Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. WX says, okay. So how about I sell you both 5-year-old 2 8-gig RAM sticks, $200 each? I'm good. Thank you, WX fan. I am fine. Thank you. Me who buys 9850X3D because BeamNG doesn't run. FYI, not the reason, but it's a funny thing to say. It's just the 1 to 2 companies in Denmark that sells pre-builts. Always skim on some component and charge a nice premium. They should charge a premium. It's goods and services. That's, you know, okay. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for these companies. I don't know them. However, I know what I have done in the past when money was short. I have skimped on certain parts when I needed to, right? And the average person might do the same. So in a way, they're kind of doing what any builder would do, right? Like, heck, I've seen some of my friends who build PCs. I've seen their cable management. They're not even close to the worst SI, system integrator. Like, we've all done it where we just shove cables into the basement, the power supply basement of a PC and just call it a day. It works. Good. Yet we can turn around and be like, oh, look at that. That zip tie is a little loose. That company sucks. The best thing, and you wouldn't be the first person whose perspective I've changed on pre-builts, but let's think about this really quick. We like to think, right, that as enthusiasts, we're better builders than those jokers that work at these pre-built companies. The average enthusiast who builds PCs, builds their own PCs, will build in their lifetime probably like 10. Maybe 15. That's a Wednesday for a builder at one of these SIs. These builders at PC companies, at system integrators, they could build circles around any of us. Any of us. I've been doing it for a quarter of a century. But we're here like, oh, I'm so superior. No, you're just allowed to take your time because it's yours. You're not trying to do this for a business that is trying to keep the lights on, pay their employees, pay their insurance, their taxes, do all of these, take good care of their employees so the employees take good care of you as a customer. And I mean, a lot of the costs of running businesses have gone up. The cost of getting parts for PCs have gone up quite a bit. And if you want someone else to do something that you're unwilling to do for yourself or unable to do for yourself, you pay for that service. Yeah, it's a business. That's now if it's double market, if it's double the price of like of just a list of parts, that's too much. Obviously, that's yeah, no. But without knowing the the specifics, that's all I can really say is that I've heard a lot of stuff like that where it's like, oh, this company sucks because they try to make a profit. That's what companies do. That's why they do companies. Stop making good points and changing my perspective. Russ Peter, I'm going to say this. To your credit and to take a little out of my own, okay? Like, this is just something that happens when you immerse yourself into an industry for 5 to 10 years or so, and you just start really looking into it and seeing the ins and outs of it. And the different perspectives of those who are looking at it just on a surface level, right? Anybody, like if you had done the same, if you had been like, I'm going to spend the next 5-6 years just making content about this type of company, yeah, you're going to understand it better. It's nothing special on my end. I am going to strongly conclude that you would have come to the same, you would have had the same perspective. Hello, average person here. Give me sexy PC tips, Rarutu. I politely decline. And they build it on company's dime. So 5090 systems all day. I mean, that I have had some builders, like one of my favorite things is going to, like when I got to tour iBuyPower, when I've gone to hang out at Alexander PCs, Skytech, I get to talk to the builders, the people who just make the computer happen. Okay. And yeah, they like it. They like what they do. They like the companies they work for. It's really cool because, I mean, I've worked some crappy jobs, and I know that look that you get in your eyes unwillingly when you're working a job you don't like. I don't think I saw that once, and that's even including iBuyPower that has like hundreds of employees. One actually followed me out after I'd done my tour. This was in 2022 or 2023. 2023, I think. And said that he'd been following me before iBuyPower worked with me on something. And said, hey, I love your content, man. I was like, oh, dude, I appreciate that. How do you feel about working at iBuyPower? He's like, dude, this place rules. This place rules. So it's great. I get to build computers all day. And like, it takes an enthusiast to not get tired of that. And they're not all the cool 5090 computers or 3090 back then. Oh, 2023? Maybe it was 2022. Anyways, I have that tour video up on the YouTube channel. Not enough people watched the tour video. I felt like it was pretty good, but I think maybe it was the packaging. Like my thumbnail wasn't very good and just things like that. But also, if I'm not talking about, hey, what pre-builts should you buy? My videos don't necessarily do well. And you haven't been able to buy pre-builts. So I've been putting videos up. But hey, did they give you an iBuyPower Holo on the way out? What did I get from them? They gave me something. They gave me a hoodie that I don't wear because I don't like closed, like solid hoodies. I like zip-up hoodies. I don't remember. I got to do a live stream there. That was fun. We built a PC on stream. That was cool. Braithorn, what are your thoughts on Power GPU as a boutique build company, if any? I like Power GPU. They have a lot of happy customers, a lot of great testimonials from customers. They build really solid PCs. They don't do any of the really super crazy stuff most of the time. You don't see a lot of like crazy liquid-cooled, hardline liquid-cooled PCs out of them. They just build really solid boutique PCs, as in a lot of time is spent on the cable management and the build quality. The buying experience is reportedly good. The ownership experience is reportedly good. So there you go. The pricing is going to vary. If the prices don't appeal to you, you can look elsewhere. But if you're worried about the other stuff, they've got that pretty well covered. And also, I get along really well with Jesse. Jesse's a really nice guy. Heck, last TwitchCon, we ran into each other by the Fractal booth, and they had a nice little couch set up there, like a room, like a living room. Fractal always try. They're very, I don't know, are they Swedish? Yeah, they're very Swedish, or whatever. And it just, they like to make comfortable spaces when they go to cons. So we just sat there for like 45 minutes and just chatted for a while. It was really cool. Jesse's pretty cool. I really enjoy hanging out with him whenever I get the chance. I mean, that's how it works on everything with drivers. I have to run games through Steam's Proton compatibility to make them run on Bazite, but they run... Natty, why are you sounding more and more like a Linux person every stream? DJ Simple Green, what's up? I missed your chat earlier. Darn right, I take my time when I build. RMA for a messed up CPU because of rushing a build delays, jumping into that gaming you mentioned. Yes. Don't mess up your pins on your motherboard, please. That's the real risk. CPUs are actually really durable and kind of hard to break, other than, you know, the angry pixies that we drive through them with the, you know, whole electricity thing. That can mess them up. But welcome. How's it going? Yeah, stop being smart. It's annoying that you're so correct all the time. All the time. But no, I did not get an iBuyPower Holo. You're talking, yeah. They should do trading cards. That'd be great. Well, yeah, but that happens with a bunch of games in general. It's about how they're hoping one of my brothers goes through with wanting a PC because I could build it and it would mean I get experience with a 5080 plus. Peckish, guess what? You know how you install a 5080? The same way you install a 5060. It's just heavier. Exactly. The only game I can't get to work is Need for Speed Underground 2. That keeps crashing. Solid Holler, that's... I'm sorry to hear that. That was such a rad game. I loved that game. PS2 days, man. I wasn't meant to be like this, Bray. I was meant to be lovably dumb, but I'm being forced to learn about OSs so I can make stuff run outside of Windows. Okay, Natty, have you ever just considered just running Tiny 11? I've talked about this on stream before. Most people don't want to deal with problem solving when it comes to building and maintaining a PC. That's true, just like cars. Think about this. How many people want to maintain their own car? I started on a pre-built, and like you said, it helped me learn how to upgrade and troubleshoot. It is the gateway to PC gaming and also PC DIY, if someone chooses to follow that hobby. I have always said, if somebody buys a pre-built, it needs to be a complete product out of the box, though the needs of the user may change. They should not ever, unless they have to upgrade, unless it has to be upgraded, they should never have to open the thing up in order to, like, you shouldn't sell a PC with a 512 gig stick of storage, of M.2 drive. 512 is not enough in 2026. It wasn't enough in 2022. That is an incomplete product, and that person will have to upgrade their storage very soon. And they have to make it a secondary drive because that person probably doesn't know how to actually clone a drive. So that's not going to have Windows on it. They have to make it a secondary drive, which is great. I love that. I love having separated storage for things. That's me, but not everybody likes that. John Paul Bacon, welcome in. Polaris Racer. Anyone know if FiQuat NVMe Gen 4 are just as good as name brand? I'm going to go out on a limb here and guess no. Because they're like, but maybe. I don't know the specs. Like, I don't know like Gen 4 covers a lot. It could be 3,500 megabyte per second read speeds, or it could be 7,000 megabyte per second read speeds. That's a range of Gen 4. Well, 7,500 is like the upper limit. I don't know if it has onboard DRAM cache. No idea. Or if it uses HMB. Yes, but big heavy sexy GPU and big performance when testing. True. I have zero idea what that is, and also my computer can't handle Windows 11. Tiny 11 is a stripped down, yet still can take the upgrades from Microsoft. A very stripped down and simplified version of Windows 11 that you can just burn an ISO, put on a flash, or put on a flash drive, put your ISO on a flash drive, put it in there, install it just like Windows 11. It doesn't even, like, even when you make the ISO using Rufus, you could even make the local account. It doesn't even ask you to put in Microsoft account in. So it uses way less RAM. My first PC was a pre-built back in 2004, settled on 2.4 gigahertz, 478 socket with an FX 5200. I'm going back. I think I had 2 gigs of RAM. GPU had 128. Yep, that sounds familiar. They would be fast enough that you probably wouldn't notice, but you've used software to speed test it. Might be slightly slower looking at the numbers. But yeah, Polaris Racer and John Paul, we don't know. I don't know if it has onboard DRAM cache. If it's just mostly for gaming, that's probably not a huge issue. But if you're trying to write a lot of large files, it'll go real fast and then slow down considerably once that cache fills up. I mean, no cache once the HMB basically cache. DRAM cache also can fill up, but the write speed from DRAM cache to NAND flash is very fast. So it doesn't usually just fill up and then sit there like it does on a spinning hard drive. Spinning hard drives are so frustrating because as they got better, they got more capacity. The speeds didn't really get better, but you would get larger cache on a spinning disk drive. So you would transfer some files and then it would be like 512 megabytes per second for like 20 seconds, and then the cache fills up, and then it's like, okay, never mind, we're out of space. So then it slows down to a crawl. Saving up and hoping that by the end of summer to be able to afford one of their starter bundles that includes a monitor, keyboard, mouse pad, and headphones with a boom mic. Are you talking about power GPU? Hey, well, I've got a code there if it helps. Right, yes. Oh, very cool. I'll have to look at that at some time. First PC was something I got for free from parents' cousin. Had an i7 860 and a Ryzen, an R9 280 something. 280 was, yeah, okay. I mean, that was a higher end back then. Like the main reason why I switched OSs is not to be a Linux person because I'm so smart and I live off the grid, but because I want to avoid the whole age verification BS is being pushed here. That is, we're at the mercy of big tech. Like, if you want to do anything, if you want to completely avoid it, just, yes, go off grid. And I'm talking about even whatever device you're typing this into right now. Everything is eventually going to require age verification for using the services, not for the devices themselves, right? Like, but for the services. Microsoft is super bad and promising they're not going to be super bad anymore. And then they released an update, and then they had to pull back on the update because they're like, well, the update was broken. But for sure, guys, for sure, we're going to be way better now. We hear you. How worth is CL30 versus CL40? Well, Rust Peter, if you're talking about a Ryzen CPU, it's not just your cast latency that matters. It's a combination of cast latency and frequency that will then lead to first word latency, which needs to be 10 nanoseconds to have the perfectly suited kit of RAM for a Ryzen CPU, i.e. DDR5 6000 CL30, DDR5 6400 CL32. Those sound like different numbers, but the combination of those two, a combination of the frequency and latency on both of those kits leads to 10 nanosecond first word latency, which is what's required. That's what you need to get one-to-one memory synchronization with Ryzen. There are various different combinations of frequency and latency to reach that. To have CL40 be one of those, the frequency would have to be insanely high if it even would add up to that. But basically, let me show you how to shop for RAM for Ryzen, okay? This shouldn't take very long at all. Check this out. So you go to PCPartPicker.com. You go to products, okay? We go to memory. You scroll down. You choose the capacity that you want. If you're just gaming, 32 gigs should be fine. If you're doing content creation, video editing, if you're doing a lot of productivity stuff, maybe look for higher, like 48 gigs or even 64. Or even if you're going prosumer, 96, 128, whatever. Those kits are insanely expensive now. But pick your combo there, okay? 2x16 is what we're choosing right now. And then you go to first word latency and go right to 10. It should lock right in at 10. There, bam. Bam. Every one of these kits is going to be ideal for Ryzen, okay? DDR5 6000, CL30, 10 nanosecond first word latency. DDR5 6400 CL32, 10 nanosecond first word latency. That's what I'm talking about. And by the way, that is verified with the nerds over at the in the AMD labs at their Austin campus, where I got to visit in December. I was like, okay, verify this for me, because I mean I could just go read it, but of course I wanted to get directly from them. I was like, 10 nanosecond first word latency. Bill, the guy who's been in the Gamers Nexus videos when they go to the labs, was like, I'm so glad you said that. Because it was like validating for him that I knew what I was talking about, and they weren't wasting their time giving me it. No, they wouldn't feel like they were wasting their time with someone from media, giving them a tour or whatever. Education is important, like sharing that info. But I already went in knowing a lot of the essentials when it comes to Expo and compatibility, one-to-one memory sync, and how important that can be for Ryzen. And then I went in there and I basically told them, okay, now that I've shared that I understand that, stop it, because this memory worldwide shortage sucks for you guys in particular, because Intel doesn't care. Their stuff isn't as severely affected. It's barely affected by varying RAM frequencies and latencies. Like, it's only affected in the RAM. It doesn't affect the CPU's performance separately. Like, whatever. Anyways. Yes. So that is it. It's that 10 nanosecond first word latency. That's what matters when you're getting a Ryzen kit. Do you want to know how far back this goes? Let me show you how far back this goes. Oh, I got to clear my list real quick because there's another thing on here. Or turn off the compatibility filter. Let me show you how far back this goes. I turned off the... Okay, fine. Hold on. Got to clear this. Start new. And we'll go back to memory. Check this out. If we hit DDR4, let's say, yeah, same thing. Okay, and we go to first word latency. What were the most popular kits for Ryzen on AM4? DDR4 3200 CL16. Why? 10 nanosecond first word latency, baby. It's been a thing for Ryzen forever. And I feel like it's never been truly articulated well why that's such a thing. They just say, this is a sweet spot. And guess what? Guess what else? DDR4 3600 CL18. 10 nanosecond first word latency. It equals to the same first word latency. There you go. Well, Cherokee Vapors, here's the thing. In order to get to 40 cast latency 40, you got to have a way higher frequency in order to make that work. And that's going to cause stability issues with Ryzen. That's why AMD comes out and tells everybody, this is the sweet spot. DDR5 6000 CL30 or DDR5 6400 CL32. Their big problem in a global shortage is that people can't afford to be picky if they can buy RAM at all. So what my message to them, and I got to talk directly to the person in charge of Expo, okay, the thing that uses these speeds, right? I was like, y'all need to make Expo more agnostic to first word latency. It needs to be able to run better, even when it doesn't have one-to-one memory sync. That needs to be y'all's focus right now, because this market is going to disproportionately affect your customers. And apparently I've heard they took that to heart. So that latest version of Expo, I think, helped a little bit. We'll see. I haven't tested it myself. I haven't had the opportunity. But they're really cool over there. Really cool people over there at AMD. The lab nerds. Really, really cool. By the way, Rubu, I saw you. You ain't getting away with just saying, well, hi. I'm sorry that I didn't say hi earlier. I really had the bit in my teeth. I was just really going. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Here in Brazil, they want to push age verification on an OS level for everything. Well, that sucks. Enjoy your Linux. For sure. I'm on 12.852 nanoseconds. Hi. Yeah. Well, okay. So I'm going to check. Araxinus, welcome. How's it going? It really has never been communicated that well. On DDR5, some think they still need DDR5 6000 CL30, and that 6432 is not an option on Ryzen 9000. Hi there. Yes, hi. I'm actually one of those people who would say, yes, they have said this works, and it does. I'm just going to stick with DDR5 6000 CL30. You know why that was usually my choice? It was usually cheaper and about the same performance. There might be specific programs, like specifically Photoshop likes higher RAM frequency, right? But to the average gamer, it did not matter. So if it was the same level of performance, and more importantly with Ryzen, stability. So we actually had a long talk about their memory controller versus Intel's memory controller, and how Intel's stability does not suffer from basically any working RAM kit that you throw in there. It's just not the way Ryzen was designed, but they can maybe work on that. And we'll see. We'll see the results of that. Thought you said it was 8, Peckish. Didn't you say it was 8? You said it was 8. I don't know. That motherboard thing bothered me. I was so out of sorts from that. The reason I put that out there was because all these places that are saying, oh, here's a Gen 5 DDR5 kit, but the CL is 3638.40. Huh? I saw one that was 42. Just letting people know, and you explained it very well. Thank you. I appreciate that. I need y'all to remember something. I'm very passionate about this topic, which is why this current market emotionally hurts me so much. Like, I can't help people. I've gotten used to, over the last 5 or 6 years, oh, it's more than 6 years, yeah, being able to genuinely help people. And they kind of took that away from me, and I've just distanced myself from the tech side of things since then. But if I get really into the topic and I'm really talking about it, I will raise my voice, I will make statements, I'll be very blunt, and none of that is actually, I'm not annoyed by anyone in chat. I might disagree, but I'm going to explain why I disagree. And that's just it. It's just a very, I've always felt like with streaming, it's a very imbalanced interaction. I can look at the camera. You can read my body language. You can hear the tone of my voice. With you guys, I get this. It's this. It's larger. I mean, it sort of changed the size of the window when I moved it, but yeah, I get that. That's all I got. It's been fun. Have a great night. Russ, Peter, you too. Look forward to seeing you back here. Come back anytime. Yeah, this is all I get. Love the purple mic, by the way. Reactions, thank you very much. Thank you. I love it too. I never thought I'd be a SM7B guy, but here we are. One sec. And he's back. One performance, but I like the Aorus Elite board, but and a bit cheaper. Okay. I was saying they have a DDR5 RAM kit on sale for $499, but it has those crazy high CLs. There are some kits out there that aren't too bad. Of course, I'm looking at DDR4 now, but all I got to do, this is, I don't know why I haven't been doing it like this all the time for AMD. Just pick the first word latency and roll with it to bring up the cheapest kit. Oh my God, there's one for $1,000. Yeah, I'll forget Crucial. I'd rather you buy Patriot than Crucial at this point. $369.99. These are $450 kits not long ago. Not the Patriot specifically, but then if you want to go for a brand name one, no, we're skipping Crucial again. The lowest brand name team, I guess Team Group, yeah, $439. But no, there's plenty of options out there now that are around just a little over $350. There you go. Nature is healing. Yes, I'll look at the Crucial. Oh my God, for a little bit this kit was off the charts. Just off the charts. Newegg, $3,980. Nice try, Newegg. Nice try. That was their internal stock running out and a third-party seller being like, now is my time. I'm going to retire after this. Yeah, shut up. Okay. G2, fantastic board. I like Gigabyte motherboards. They're some of my favorite motherboards, period. That's what's in my editing PC. MSI had some great ones in the last generation, but they really neutered them for the AMD ecosystem this year. This generation, rather. Peckish, do you have to go MATX? Do you have an MATX case? If you're going to swap your motherboard, swap your case. That's one of the cheapest upgrades you can do. Well, you are down under, so I don't know about that. Actually, I don't know how much cases are down there. They are so expensive to ship. Adam Williams, welcome. Enjoy your 2x lurk. Okay. Let me check the list one more time, and then we're gonna rip some packs. Nobody filled out the form, so yeah, let's do it. I'm getting the shakes. I need to open some Pokemon packs. Let's do that. I'm getting the shakes, says the guy with the central tremors. If that was my indicator that I needed to open Pokemon packs, I would literally never stop, because it is a constant condition. I already did pull the Mega Clefable SAR. That's right. So it was a mistake on my part. I should have been faster about this, but I still have a lot of the Nihil Light. I have 20 packs in here and an unopened box. So we're going to just rip through this for one vid. We're going to make it a hits only pack, mega pack That's going to be 40 cards. That's not crazy. And then we'll do the other one later. Yep, Natty, that was it. That was the one. That was the joke. Yes. When you're ready to move to Pokemon, I posted my polls from tonight in the Pokemon Center. Hey, somebody else post in there too. It's just me and Shanala. What's the deal? Y'all will come in here and tell me, hey, I got this, or I pulled these. Put it in the Discord. It's just a tiny two-person echo chamber right now. And there's like 4,000 people in our Discord or whatever. I don't have to. ATX would work, but 60% of ATX motherboards wouldn't fit my ATX case as it's Lee and Lee and they have weird requirements. Oh, is it the compact? Okay. How old is the Musetex Y6 case? All right. Well, this is what I always do whenever there is a Google question in my Twitch chat. I will copy it and put it into Google because I don't have that knowledge memorized. So you're just offloading the work to me. Release date 2023, June 2023. There you go. There you go. Don't worry. That's just what I always do whenever it's, I just offload to Google whenever that happens. Okay. Oh boy, I need to open Discord more. Particularly whenever Ari, my girlfriend, is off of work. So she gets 3 days off. She works she's 4 on 3 days, 4 on 3 off. And I try to take those days off as well to just get, spend time with Ari, do stuff around the house that we need to do, go out, do whatever, all that stuff. I obviously still have work I got to do. Like right now, Ari is off, but I stream on Sundays. But I need to open Discord more because I don't know. My Discord notifications are not notifying. So yeah. Pokemon Center. Okay, nice. I like that Crustle. The Escavalier too is really cool. Some EXs. I'm not big on the Elemental Monkeys, but that is a cool card. And then the Aura with the bear tick here. Oh, nice. That Giratina is sick. I got this same card. I love this card. That's the one out of the 3 that I have. That's the one I chose to put in the Pokédex. The shinies. The shinies. Oh my gosh. That shiny Skeledirge is the best. I love that. The Minior is really cute. Okay. And so is the Snorunt. Larry. Gimme Ghoul. I like the Gimme Ghoul to Goldango. EX. Nice. I got this. I have this as a promo. The Whimsicott is pure joy. That's a fantastic card. And Zoroark is I don't know, it is kind of cool. It is very cool. Zoroark is a cool Pokemon in general. I do happen to know you have a better Hydreigon than that. Oh my god, the Dedenne. Jeez. Haldane Whooper. Someone help him. He's sinking. Oh, that's great. That Miss Magus is really good. Well, they're all good. Very good pulls. Very good pulls. You said the grass one is the one you really like? Well, good. Good for you. You got the right one then. Simisage. Or is it Pansage? Pansage is the base one, right? And then it's Simisage. Okay. Very cool. Nice pulls. Nicely done. Looked it up. It says 2026. You must be talking about the Y5. I literally Googled how old is a Musatex Y6 case. I mean, look, if I'm just going to Google it, you have just as much of a chance of getting accurate info as if you Google it. I'm serious. I don't know. It's kind of high price for a 3-year-old 270-degree glass case. Okay, I don't know. Sure, it says 2026. I showed you guys. Like, I showed you the screen. It was right there. Okay, so we'll go back to it. This is the Y6, right? You go down to the specs here. Release date, June 2023. Don't know what to tell you. Does not say Y5. It says Y6 right there. I don't know this website, pangoli.com, but remember that I did say prices on all computer components are going up. And the fun thing is that they'll raise the prices for things that are already in the States based on things that happen for that are only going to affect future cases that are being freighted into the US. Because they can. This is ridiculous. After the launch of the English set, this is kind of sad, but it is what it is. There's plenty of sets that have been around forever in English, and I still go and get the Japanese one, so it's not that big of a deal, but like, I do need to get through this in terms of content because it's not turning out to be an insanely popular set for collectors, which is fine with me, but there's some really cool looking cards in here. We'll see if we get any upgrades from it. Julio Reynoso 9105. Welcome. What's going on? Hey, I just purchased a pre-built PC from Meta PCs. I'd like for you to review it if possible. It's the Meta Nightwalker V2. I'm coming off of a gaming console, so I hope any advice would help. Okay, and then you went into Twitch chat and did the same thing. I do get to chats. I do get to read them. You don't need to go and spam both of my chats. It's fine. I appreciate you watching on both channels, though. Thank you. You need to fill out the form, though. Because, hey, look, it posted right after you said that. The PC is just a PC. You are an individual, and your needs are different from other individuals. So what I would be looking at is whether it's right for you, not whether it's a good computer. I mean, Meta builds good computers. But yeah, no, you need to fill out the form just like anybody else, and that way you'll tell me this was my budget. This is what I'm gonna use it for. Is this the right thing? Because if you bought a PC that doesn't have that many USB ports on the motherboard and you want to stream, I'm going to say you could have done better. Those kinds of things do matter. So fill out the form. The link is right under where you put your first time chat there on Twitch. Click that link, fill out the form, and I will be helping you out after I do some Pokemon stuff. Revenge 1736. What's up? Welcome. Long time no see. Yeah. Welcome back. Okay. I've got a problem. Perfect Order is already out, and I still have a ton of Nihil Light. So, I mean, I guess I got to just really get through these. So that's what we're going to do. 20 packs left in this booster box. And then we have an entire booster box that we'll do in another video. So let's go ahead and do a hits only. Well, maybe hits only. We're just going to get the last 2 out of each of these and make a 40 card mega pack out of this. Let's see if we can get any of the hits from there. I've already got a few of them. So you know what? Can't hurt to finish these off though. All right. Everybody settle in. This does take a little time. But for the video viewer, it will be fast forwarded. I guess I need to keep that box for now. I forgot to get better scissors. I'll have them for Tuesday. Think we're going to get first pack magic again? That's how it always goes with me. Also, I don't know if from this box we've gotten an SAR yet. I will maintain, though, that these Japanese booster boxes have amazing hit rates. And they're not just the high-class ones. I don't care. I'm doing it backwards. That's why it feels weird. Yeah, there's still plenty of people using, like building in older cases. There's still a bunch of older cases that are still super popular. And don't let that stop you if it's a case that you really like the look of, the features that come with it, what's included, fans, things like that. If it comes with fans, get the case that's right for you. I didn't cut that one very well, did I? Let's just open it normally, I guess. Like barely any seal left on it. There we go. Even then, Solar Hauler, there are PCIe slot USB-C ports that you can get that hook up to that motherboard, that internal header. So you can still get the connector. It's just not as convenient because it's not in the front. But then you just run your cable around the PC. There you go. That's mostly useful for older, like if you're upgrading your motherboard in the case that you already have and that case doesn't have it, then you can utilize that feature because otherwise it's just I/O that remains unused, including usually fast charging and stuff. Case is a box for your parts. As long as it has good airflow, it's mostly up to you. Very true. And I can't wait to see what they come up with for. I hope the following, sort of the tracking on the new Osmo Pocket 4 when that gets announced later this month, supposedly. I hope it's smarter because this thing will freak out if it loses face tracking. Their gimbals are better at it. Like it'll follow you behind an obstruction and it'll like wait for you to reappear instead of like freaking out and looking everywhere. Can't believe I pulled the Greninja. That was so out of my last box. That was crazy. Oh, another poorly done. It's just these have so much seal on them. There's like it's really annoying. Okay. Let's get our focus just right. Okay. Thanks, buddy. All right, there we go. We're just going to take a quick look through the commons and uncommons, make sure there's nothing that we haven't seen before. I guarantee you there is nothing we haven't seen before here. Yep, got all those, got all those. Yep, yeah, I got that thing, got that, got that, got that. Yep. I mean, I was thrilled to bits when I first got them, but now it's like, okay, I mean, got it. Okay, cool. All right, all the hits and hollows should be here. All right, let's see what we get. Last time I flipped over one of these. Is this a set that's tied into Pokemon Legends ZA? Yes, it is. 100%. Nihil Zero. Did I say Nihil Light before? Okay, just in case I said Nihil Light for the intro of the video, it's Nihil Zero is the name of the set, and Nihil Light is the name of the attack that Mega Zygarde does at the end of the story. So here's the line. Sorry, one second. Let's do that. I just got to get this out of the way of my arms real quick. There we go. Perfect order is out, and I still have a ton of Nihil Zero. There it is. That's the voiceover line. Neat. Editing is great. All right. Last time I did one of these, I flipped it over and I had a hit right on the front of it. So okay. Let's see what we get. Okay. We've seen a lot of these already, so we're going to be powering through this. Oh, nice. Nice. We got the Hollow Special Leaf Energy. Nice, nice. Okay. Mouse stick. Okay. Chen Pao Hollow. All right. Oh, nice. Okay, Mega Zygarde EX. Pretty sick, pretty sick. Can't use it, but there you go. It is a hit. Got the Meowth EX. Okay, Core Memory. This actually makes me want to make this. This is such a cool move. It's a 350 damage move that you can only use under specific conditions. I have it over here somewhere. Maybe I'll bring one of those out in a second. But it's, of course, Mega Zygarde EX only. Makes me want to make a deck of that, but I don't know. I'm still very new to the game. Oh, sick. We got the Raticate. Have I gotten this yet? I don't think I've gotten the Raticate before. Let's check Raticate, and I have an illustration rare, and it is indeed, it's not this one. This is a different one. I have the Team Rockets Raticate that I like more than this one. So I guess I'm keeping that one in there, and that's a really cool card, though. It's just not, I mean, Raticate is Raticate. It is what it is. But there you go. There is an art rare right there. Okay. Shaman. Okay. All right. Okay. Tyrantrum. There you go. Oh, nice. This is the energy recycle, not the energy recycler. It's the energy recycler. I forget what this one's called, but that's sick. Get that that secret rare full art item card. Very nice. Our priority is the Pokédex, so that doesn't help us, but it's still pretty cool. And you can't use it in tournament play here, so it doesn't, not very helpful, you know, but still very cool. Okay. It's got to be a little better than that. Come on. Oh, Mega Starmie EX. I still need the SIR/SAR Mega Starmie EX. I still need that card, and all this is doing is reminding me of that. I really want that one because it's ridiculous and it's awesome. Rose's Encouragement. This is the Raticate there. Okay. Oh, we got the Rowlet. Let's go. Look at how adorable this card is. That is such a good Rowlet card. Ah, yes. Okay. And all I have for right now is a reverse foil Rowlet. This is a massive upgrade. Let's go. That's great for the Pokédex. I love this card, and I was so jealous when I was watching Kiki Rips put out like an hour and 10-minute long video of doing a master set of Perfect Order in 24 hours and got I think a couple of these, and I love this card. Now it is all mine. Worth it. There it is. Okay, don't care what else is in here. That was worth it. Okay. Yeah, I'm very happy to get that. That is really good. Show me a better Rowlet card. I dare you. This is so good. I love it. All right. Now, this is minus 10 packs, and we still did this because we did 10 packs of this box in another video way earlier. But hold on, let me put at least a sleeve on Raticate here. I mean, not trying to hate or anything. Raticate, not my favorite Pokemon, and this is not my favorite Raticate card, but still, it's a hit. So tell me again about the hit rates of these Japanese booster boxes and how bad they are. This is 2/3 of the box. Just 2/3 of it. Rowlet, you go in front. You get to be in front. There you go. So not bad at all. Yeah, and I still have a whole box to go. And I'm going to be burning through that in another mega pack. So it's going to be a 60 card pack in the next one. So don't miss it. Get subscribed or hit follow so you get to see that one too. And I'll see you then. Here we go. We got it. Not bad. Not bad. No. Meowth. Knock it off. I feel like that one was a little rushed, but it makes sense for what it is. Also, I feel like I've pulled this card before. Maybe I haven't. No, I didn't do more than Nihil Light. Did I get it from Perfect Order, maybe? And not change the one that's in the Pokédex? I don't know. I don't know what this says about me, but I'm running out of top loaders. And what it says is I'm very far behind on loading these into the Pokédex. That's what it says. I need to do that. Also, it really is about time for me to make a PC Gateway video, especially with the changes happening right now. It's such a precarious time that I need to do what I can. Great Raticate card. It is a great Raticate card, for sure. Round baby, yes. Hell yeah, Borb spotted. It is. This is. It is really. This is such a good pull from here. Like, this is the kind of vibe I want from my Pokedex. This is exactly the goal. All right. Although rad cards are good too. Like that's also desired. That's also what we want. I just feel like I can't stop just being too psyched about this. We're still on cloud 9 from this. I actually separated those from the rest of the cards I pulled from that box just because, like, I just keep them handy to remind myself, like, okay, no, you do get lucky. You do get lucky in this. Because we had a couple of bad pieces of luck there from some of the stuff like that. That Team Rocket Ultra Premium Collection sucked. Of course, the Prismatic Evolutions one was there being Prismatic Evolutions. We got like little to nothing out of that whole box other than the promos, which are sick to be sure. But like, yeah, it's not, that did not turn it around and make it all worth it, basically. Just go with this. With those, there we go. These will go with our item cards here. I am sad that in Perfect Order, they do have hollow energies, but they're special energies. Because if this was just standard hollow energies, I could have used the ones even from the Japanese box. But they're not standard hollow energies. They are special. So I have to use... I have a solid amount of them in English, so I can use those, but like still. Yeah, I've already... What Starmie card do I have? I think I have the regular Mega Starmie. I think I pulled that. Starmie... Yeah, I have the Mega EX. Okay, so I do have that card already. Rowlet is my favorite starter. Nice. Anyway, man, enjoy the Pokemon cards. Speak soon. You got it. I'll be here. The Cooler Master Half XB Evo is still one of my favorite cases. I would like an updated version with front Type-C port and maybe a little longer, or updates that would take it to the next level. So, Cooler Master, they'll bring stuff back now and then, but their main thing is to they try to push the envelope on cases. So sometimes they bring back a classic with some updates, but it's not always the case. Okay, so Julio Reynoso. Let me take a look at this. Okay, so you didn't put the link to the system. There is a spot there where you typed in Meta PC that you could put a link to the exact system. I don't know if there's multiple. Meta Nightwalker. Yeah, it took me to... It's a Nightwalker V2. That's not what this is. Hold on, let me just look at... I'm on the wrong camp. I'm sorry. Here we go. Love that. Love the sleeper build. Nightwalker V2. Got it. Just had to search for it. Meta, why did you do that? Why did you put the wrong memory in this? It's not the worst thing. It's just not optimal for Ryzen. 7800X3D, 9070 XT. Let's look at what you're doing with your PC. And this is what's important. You're gaming at 1440p. Okay. Great GPU for what you're doing. Depending on what games you play, Depending on what games you play, it could be unnecessary to have the 7800X 3D, right? Because if you're gaming at 1440p and you're not playing like Rust, Call of Duty, or specific games like again Microsoft Flight Simulator, stuff like that that require high-end CPU even at higher resolutions, it's not gonna matter. I think that what is the price of this? You spent $25.99. At $25.99, you should have 2 terabytes of storage. That is Meridan dropping a Prime sub. Let's go, nerds. What's up, Dan? Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for the Prime sub. 37 months is ridiculous. Thanks, buddy. How you doing? 850 watt power supply, perfect for 9070 XT, totally fine. What's the Corsair 3500X? That's going to be a nice looking system for sure. It is a nice looking case. Meta, let me enlarge the photos, please. What are you doing? Now, Meta PCs, like every other system integrator right now, is suffering under the RAM apocalypse. Storage is affected. GPUs are affected. So this might have been like, I don't know, $1,800 a year ago, but that's the market that we're in. You get less for your money, and it's not a system integrator thing. It's the same thing if you build it DIY. It's a global shortage. However, overall, the choices are good. I do wish that it had the optimal memory for the 7800X 3D, but that's the market we're living in. You can't really be picky about your memory, and Ryzen will do okay, especially on the latest BIOS update. That will help things, and you should have the latest BIOS update. Aside from that, I would have told you, if you'd come to me first, I would have said use my code, because then you get a discount off of it. And heck, if you just bought it, they might let you apply that after the fact. But aside from that, I think this is a solid choice for 1440p gaming. 100%. The 7800X 3D versus the 9800X 3D. What's the difference? I'm glad you asked. I'll tell you. The 9800X 3D would benefit you more if you were doing more than just gaming. Them switching the 3D cache to go underneath the core complex die, very cool and all, and better for thermals, but it didn't really increase gaming performance a whole lot. The increases were in productivity, in just other kinds of apps other than gaming, where that was a major weakness for the 5800X 3D and the 7800X 3D. So unless you're trying to do Photoshop at the same time that you're going to be gaming, you're going to be fine. Like this is fine. The gaming performance is very comparable to the 9800X 3D, and usually for less money. So that's good. Doing fine just lurking for the past 37 months. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I think you've said a whole lot over those 37 months. So yeah, no, I mean, and also you're in good hands with Meta. They're good people. They run a strong company, and they take care of their customers according to their customers. So there you go. You should totally be good. Does that help? I hope that helps. Yeah, how long ago did you get it? If it was within like a week or so, they'll probably just, if you tell them, hey, I forgot to put in code Breathorn, you'll probably still be able to get a discount. So give that a shot. It's worth trying. I mean, put the save, whatever, however much you say. Let's see how much the savings would be. If I add this to cart, get my keyboard back over here from where I put it. 1 piece and 2 piece. There we go. Apply coupon code Graythorn. Apply coupon. It will take off $51.98. Not bad at all. In this economy. So see if they'll let you retroactively put in the coupon code. Hey, I heard in email. Hey, I heard about you guys from Braythorn. I forgot to put in code Braythorn and get the savings. Can y'all do that after the fact? See if they'll do that for you. The problem is I didn't really help you here, but you can still save some money. I mean, I didn't do much to help you find it, but you're like, that's money you can save. So I would suggest doing that. It's just the way my name is spelled. That's it. That's the code. I feel like it's especially appropriate if you watched any of my videos and that led you to them, but I don't think so. They're very present on social media and everything. So it's probably how you heard of them. Bought it last week. I'll definitely try. Thank you so much. No problem. Hey, 52 bucks. You can actually get a pretty sweet mechanical keyboard for 52 bucks these days. So something like that. Speaking of which, what do they have under accessories? Let's see what they've got. They got desk mats. Okay, these are pretty sick. Pretty cool. Endgame mice. Very nice. Endgame gear is really nice. They have the Gravistar stuff too. Do they have the keyboard? Yeah, this thing is crazy. Of course it's expensive, but... Corsair K65, $69. Nice. I'm not a big fan of 65 keyboard, but yeah, I like my arrow keys. I like a 75 personally. Well, this is a 65 too. Maybe it's just the way they oriented this. This has arrow keys on it. Ducky 1X is really sick. I have the full size version of that. It's really, really cool. The thing is, I had to raise this. I had to like lower the sensitivity, like the actuation point. Oh, look at this thing. It's crazy. Gravistar is, well, I can't even click on it to look closer. Okay. Beacon. Not a big fan of Beacon stuff, and I used it for a while. That's where that's coming from. Nero, welcome. How you doing? Okay, let's do this other box. Why not? We actually still have a ton of Japanese boxes. Like, that's just a lot to go through. And I do have a restock incoming. So, and I'm trying to get more English product just because I can actually use it to build decks and play the game. I have a lot of stuff for that, but not some of the more recent stuff. Like there's still some stuff missing for me from Perfect Order that I would really like because I've been sort of researching the decks a little bit. And if I want to do the Mega Zygarde route, I have to have a fighting deck, and I don't have that. I don't have enough cards for that, so I probably need to get some more Perfect Order. It's not crazy priced. I need to check that. Oh, that's the Pokemon Center one. The Pokemon Center one is $130. That's crazy for a Pokemon Center product. Chaos Rising comes out next month. That's that's where I got the Greninja sort of triple set. I'm probably going to do the pre-release thing again. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, Perfect Order ETBs are really low priced. That's nice. So the booster box, that's a case. Never mind. They have half booster boxes. They had them. That's funny. Yeah, the booster box is $200. I got mine for $160 because of the pre-release special, but the ETB $65, just about. Not bad. That's like with the $10 shipping, and then there's ones that are $75, and then there you go. But I think my local shop should have some, so I might just go pick one up tomorrow. Cherokee Vapors, yeah, I saw that. It's very cool. That is, I don't know if I'd say one of a kind, because those are products that are available. Like you can buy the case, you can buy the motherboard. So I don't know about one of a kind unless they modified it themselves. If they modified it themselves, and they have done that, they've done a lot of PCs like that. That's really cool. But they usually will do, every couple months, they'll do a custom one-off PC that they will do a giveaway for. It's very cool. Should I get those 2x8 or 1x16? You should always do dual channel memory if you can, Nero. I switched the case out for the Night Reaper case they have, and they added the mouse pad for free. Sweet. Very cool. I just saw that. Where's the leak? I just saw that. Sorry. But yeah, very cool. Okay, so we're doing a big old mega pack for this one. Well, this is not even the giveaway. It's a chance to purchase it. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. It's like a $6,000 PC, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry to hear that, Nero. That is rough. I am sorry to hear that, by the way. But I've been there, and I can definitely relate. Okay. All right. It's my last box of Nihil Zero, and we're just going to go through this mega pack style like I've been doing. So it's going to be a 60 card stack, and we've gotten some pretty good pulls from this. Even though Perfect Order is out, I still have this, and I just want to get whatever cool cards I can from it. So let's go ahead, open this thing up, and see what we get. Natty, have you ever looked into the the sort of, what is it? Do they call it raffle? The raffle culture in Japan? Literally, like all of the fun things that you can do and places you can go, you have to see if you're even allowed to buy tickets to it and stuff. There are random drawings for it. Like you have to enter drawings to go to like their things like their Pokemon Park and all these different things. They have anime collab cafes that you have to enter a drawing to see if you have the chance to go there and pay too much for themed food and drinks. Like that's it's not unusual, I'll say that, but it is different for us. Here, if you win something, you just win it, usually. but it is also a very weird market. That's kind of awesome. With the last, I think, Mega Evolution one, I think I tried to like make it 2 videos. We're not doing that here. We're just gonna make it a real quick thing. We're gonna go fast through the hits and just slow down whenever I get something good. Did not mean to get 4. $7,000. My God. That's the thing. Asus does some really cool collabs, but they always way overcharge for them. Every Evangelion collab they've done has been so expensive. Which sucks because like I love Evangelion, but like I can't. Apparently not enough. You have to purchase within 24 hours or they draw another name. Makes sense to me. If you're going to enter something like that, knowing, oh, I don't get this for free. My thing is, you better believe there's going to be people out there who are like, if I win, I'll just be like, I can't believe they weren't going to give it to me. I'll make a big stink online and they'll get canceled. I bet somebody's out there thinking that. Unironically, would rather customize a computer myself than spend $7K on overpriced hydro dipping. Yep. You know all those parts that they actually put stuff on, like the VRM heat sinks and things like that? You take those off with a few screws, and you can just, like, paint them. This is going to fall over. It's a lot of cards right there. Yeah, this takes a while. I'm sorry. On an 8% restocking fee for returns. That's a lot of compute. I mean, that's some computer companies do that. It's whatever. Yeah, a lot of electronics is what I mean to say. Good evening, Barrythorn. Know you're opening cards now. Can you tell me if there would be a real benefit to going with a 9850? No, there's not. Go with a 9800 X3D. There's no benefit other than a couple percent performance increase for like 15% price increase. Don't even think about it. And 5080 base versus a 5070 Ti. I personally prefer the 5070 Ti, except that it's out of its sort of best price range, like where it was supposed to be. When it was anywhere from 750 to 850, maybe, it was still it was the best price to performance in that lineup. But if it's $1,000, it is not worth it. Then again, 5080s, some of them have been going for $1,500. So at that point, though, the best price to performance right now in terms of that category is a 9070 XT. If you're looking for 1440p gaming. If you're looking for 4K gaming, either a 5080 or a 5070 Ti can handle that easily. But the 9070 XT is much better suited to 1440p. I haven't checked GPU pricing in a couple of days, and prices have been dropping on RAM. So that could be affecting GPUs too. No idea right now, but you have the basics. If it's $1,000 for 5070 Ti, no. If it is $1,500 for a 5080, no. 9070 XT shouldn't. I mean, last time I saw them, they were hovering around $700 or something. That's okay. It can beat a 5070 Ti in a lot of things in pure rasterized performance. At the lower resolution, it can beat it. So, yeah, for around 700, maybe 750, 9070 XT is still the better of that grouping of 3 GPUs. I don't even know if I need to be pulling 2 cards out of the back, but I think when I was doing these one pack at a time, sometimes the second to last card would be the hit. So I just like to be a little extra careful there. I could probably go back and watch the footage of these and be able to determine whether the hits have always been on the last card, essentially, if I just count them as I go. Is this too many? I think this might be too many. It's okay. We're still doing it anyway. That's $560 to return a $7,000 PC. Yep. So don't do it. Make sure that you're making a purchase that you can afford. Like, you do realize that once you've taken the PC and opened it and used it, it is literally less valuable. There should be consequences if you just made a mistake. Now, if it has problems, they should fix it. You don't make an impulsive decision for $7,000. You better not make an impulsive $7,000 decision. You need to know that that's a budget you're comfortable with, or that you can finance it responsibly. Like, why wouldn't it like, think about this. Someone might be like, I want to return this and I don't want to pay shipping. And also I want all my money back, even though this product literally lost value. Otherwise, you're a bad company. If that's how you feel, I don't know what to tell you, but I don't know if you've spent a whole lot of time in like real jobs and stuff where you deal with people like that. I like to think that once people have dealt with others acting in that way, they won't do so themselves. I know that that's not necessarily the case, but there are some people who are incapable of receiving good customer service. Like, you can have the friendliest person answer the phone to help them out, but because of the fact that anything went wrong after they paid money, it should be perfect or whatever. Like, there's no winning that. Like, there's no bet. You're not going to be able to get good customer service because you're not
you won't accept any customer service. The other person on the other end of the line, they got it out for you, even though that's literally the person that is there to help you. I've obviously spent some time in customer service along with doing all the IT stuff and everything I did in my career. Some people are just difficult, and they refuse to act otherwise. You guys, I hope for better from my viewers. That's for sure. It is not unreasonable to charge a restocking fee on something those were parts that were individual parts in boxes. Like, they're custom building that PC, and once they've shipped it, they're taking on shipping costs, which are elevated right now because of fuel prices. They're taking on risks and paying insurance that they won't get back on that shipping. And again, risks. Who do you think is going to end up footing the bill if that PC gets damaged in shipping? And you're doubling the shipping whenever you have to just send it back and try to get a refund. Yeah, there should be restocking fees. That at least covers their shipping and the insurance they have to pay for that PC. I think what I learned tonight is that the 5-card packs, the trick is 1 card. 7-card packs, the trick is 2 cards. And the high-class 10-card packs are 3. Not 100% sure, but like 95% sure. Cool. Okay. Okay, Sylvan Hunter, if you're wanting me to help you with a PC from Skytech, please fill out the form. Okay. It's been linked in the chat there, and someone please do an ! form, but just one person. You know what? I'm assigning this. Natty, please type out ! form, so we don't have a bunch of them going off. Sylvan Hunter, please fill out the form. That'll get you on the list to get one-on-one help. We'll take a look at the PC versus what your needs are, and I'll be happy to help you out as soon as I'm done recording this video. It looks like I just grabbed another bunch of cards. That's great. I guess we'll just take a peek through these. There's not going to be anything new. I'm pretty sure I have every common and uncommon, so... Yep. I was looking at, I narrowed it down to the 2 systems and you helped me to decide. Okay, well, I was going to look at it also, I mean, there's more than just the GPU. There's also the storage in each of the 2 different systems, the power supplies, all of that. If you just hold on a second, I'll help you out. And even I've got a coupon code for you there too, like I do at many other system integrators. So that can actually that's just free money for you. All you have to do is literally wait while I pull a few cards. There's nobody else waiting for help right now, so it would be right to helping you. I do just ask that you fill out the form so that I know what to tell you about, like, yeah, it's free. It's just free right there. And then you end up getting money for the coupon code. Like, you save money off the system. It's all good. But yes, this is just, I'm just in the middle of recording a video right now, and I'll be done very soon because it's just these. Okay, there we go. That is a 60 card mega pack stack right there. This should narrow it down to just the hits and some extras, of course. I don't know if I need to pull the 2 off of the back, but that's what I do. So it seems to work. All right, let's see what we get. Because there are a lot of commons and uncommons when I do this. So there might be a better way to do it. Oops. Okay, Aegislash. that could be clearer. I'm going to back this up a little bit and then zoom in this way. Nope, not that way. This way. Yeah, that looks clear. Good. All right, Aegislash. Right. Okay, we got the Hollow Special Fighting Energy. I love this Gengar card. And we have a Meowth EX yet again. Naveen. And we got the Raticate again. There's that Raticate art rare. That's our second one. Thank you, Raticate. Right on. Turtonator. Okay. And another Raticate. Okay, this one's rat infested. No wonder Meowth was hanging around. Yo, I hadn't got the Naveen secret rare yet before. That's pretty cool. All right, pretty sick. Doesn't help with the Pokédex, but I don't mind getting cool trainer cards. Okay, Mega Skarmory EX. All right, another hit there. Core Memory once again. Aegislash again. Tyrantrum again. Okay, we're getting there. Got the Leaf Special Hollow Energy. Naveen again. Okay. Volcanion. Raticate. Oh, Poképad. Can't use it though, but I do have plenty of them in English. Core Memory. Otra vez. There we go. Chen Pao. Aurorus. Yo! Is that the Drapion art rare is sick? Look at that. Okay. That I needed. I did need that. Let's go. That looks so sick. That looks so sick. That's going to look so good in the Pokédex. I love it. I got it. Worth it. There we go. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Tarragon, my bad. Also, why are you named Tarragon? That's an odd choice with the fly swatter there. Okay. All right. Decidueye EX. We have a few of those. Tyrantrum again. Full art Poképad. Full art Poképad. These are really in English. I think I've gotten 2 of these. And they're worth like $20 for an item card. But that's just how meta how much in the meta the Poképad is right now. It's not going to sell for that in Japanese though, but it looks sick. There's another Poképad. Lumiose Galette. Yep. All right. So we got the Psychic Hollow Energy. Nice. We got another Gengar right there. And we got the Mega Clefable EX. Very cool. All right. Shaman. Sky Form. Luxio. Superior Hollow. Okay. Yo, this is dope. Oh my God. We got the art rare for Clefairy. Let's go. That's such a beautiful card. Look at that. Okay, look at that. I don't care if you don't get the whole Pokemon thing. You cannot, like this. Remember, we are in a world just overflowing with AI art. This is something a person spent many hours of their lives on drawing. This is actual real artists. That's one thing I love about these Pokemon cards. The art is so good. And it's real artists making it. So there you go. Such a sick card. There you have it. It's such a beautiful card. Okay. Yep. Okay. Thanks, Diggersby. Okay. Let's get, I always say this. Let's just get all of the art rares, secret. Look at this. Look at this. Hold up. Just like Eradicate, you can go in the back, buddy. Yeah. Okay. Again, I always say this, but tell me again how bad the hit rates are for these. I consistently get 4 or 5 full art cards from these booster boxes. They are so good. You don't have to just get the high class boxes that cost twice what these do. You can definitely dress up your Pokédex with some awesome cards with this. Maybe not these 2 for a Pokédex, but still, that's not bad. All right. There you go. That was my last box of Nihil Zero. And I'm so glad we ended it on this one. What do I have for Clefairy right now? I think I have a pretty good Clefairy card right now. What do I have? Clefairy, just an EX. I just have an EX. This is perfect. And I got, so now I have both the SAR Clefable, Mega Clefable from Nihil Zero, and we have the Art Rare Clefairy to go right next to it. It doesn't get any better than that. Thanks for watching this one. Thank you for watching this one. Get subscribed or hit follow to see more. We got more stuff to open very soon. See you then. Love it. Love it. Love it. This Pokédex is getting so good, man. It is getting so good. Stacked. Really. Okay. Let's take a look at this SkyTech PC. Try to get these. I just got to put the sleeves on them real quick because those are some good pulls. The Drapion and the Clefairy, really good. I don't know if the Raticate's even going to make it into the trade binder. I don't think that's a very popular card, but it's okay. I'll bet you Ari would love that card. I'll bet you. Yeah, I mean, a bunch of EXs too. Quite good, quite good. Yeah, this going right next to the Mega Clefable SAR is going to be so good. Are they linked, actually? Are they like matching art? I got to check. So, sir, advice. Should I get 1x16 or 2x8? You asked that earlier, Nero, and I answered you should get the 2x8. Always go dual channel if you can. The stream is about PC stuff. That's why in the title it says PC Matchmaking and Pokemon cards. It's about both. I can indeed use both sides of my brain. Almost at the same time. Almost. Y'all, again, I still have so much Japanese product. I have a whole box of the Japanese Mega Evolution, the Lucario side things, you know, to get the, maybe I'll get the the Mega Venusaur EX SAR. I don't know, maybe. I still have a whole box of that. I have the other ones, the Journey Together equivalent, the other one. I don't remember which one it is, but yeah, I've got plenty there. So yeah, we'll see. I feel like I'm not doing these right. I feel like it is just a card off the back I can just get rid of. And that would have been a 30 card stack instead. That's what I should be doing. And that'll probably be in the comments. So Sylvan Hunter, are you still here? You don't even need to do the form. I mean, I know I said that, but I'll just take a look at it for you. If that's not something, if you don't want to fill out the form, that's fine. I'll just take a look at it for you. I just need to know what PC it is specifically, exactly which one it is. Wow, good choice. That King 95 has a 7900 XTX. That's 24 gigs of RAM. Who was looking at the King 95? Okay, just so you know, Cherokee Vapors, SkyTech has a lot of different they have multiple different King 95 versions. So there could be one that has a 7900 XTX. There could be another one that has a 9070 XT. They'll have, it's just like a model name, right? How you can get a Mustang with a V6 or a V8 kind of thing. You know what I mean? Same thing. Oh yeah. I need to stop doing that. I need to do this part first, then lower it. Gets a custom painted microphone knocks it into his desk constantly. That's me. Hi. That's me. Okay. Okay. Skytech Gaming. Okay, Sylvan Hunter. If you are still, I'm just going to see if you're still here. I'm going to check. You are still here. Okay, I'm going to teach you about coupon stacking here. We're going to save you some money. You might be doing the form, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, I need to mark this one as done, because I was just like, aside from the RAM frequency, it's a good PC. So that's what I'll type here. Just checking. Sylvan Hunter, it said you're still in chat, so I guess I'm just going to speak this out into the void here. Oh, wrong button. Sorry. Did not mean to do a record scratch sound. But okay. So this right here is something that you will see when you first get into... Is that... There we go. Okay, there's the edge. Okay, got it. I usually do this before I start stream, but I... Oh, that's the wrong window. Okay. Just get out of here. I don't need the Amazon incognito. Stop it! Okay. I have a monitor up here, so it always changes my mouse position whenever I accidentally go into it. Okay. So, let me talk to you guys about coupon stacking if you go to Skytech. The various coupons, as long as they are valid for your purchase, like... This one is a $50 off coupon if your PC is $1,400 or more. Well, it says over $1,400, so maybe it needs to be $1,401. I don't know, but $1,399 wouldn't work. This works. This is stackable with my coupon code and potentially any coupon codes that you see at the top of a PC here. Like use code DOTW2026 to get $100 off. So the Archangel 5 right here, 7800X3D, 5070, 1 terabyte drive for $19.99 is $100 off plus $50 off with whatever code they email you when you give them your email address, which don't freak out about that because guess what you have to give them to make the purchase? Your email address. So you just do it earlier and it saves you $50. And then my code SWARM is another, though flexible coupon. Basically, it adjusts to the price of the system. So if the system is $3,000, the coupon amount will be higher than if it was a $1,500 PC. That's how percentages work. So, yeah, those 3 coupons stacking on a PC like this one, really nice. If it doesn't have a code up here and you're looking at a different one, that's fine. You still get, as long as it's over $1,400, the $50 off coupon that you give them your email for, and then the SWARM coupon code, which is my community, and that is a stackable discount right there. So just make sure you're getting all the savings you can. Some companies will allow you to, after your purchase, email them and be like, I forgot to use a coupon. And some of them will allow you to do it. Usually that's boutique builders, not necessarily bigger companies. Depends. Some are fine with it. Some will help you out. Like I can't imagine CyberPower doing that, but iBuyPower, maybe. Skytech, maybe. Yeah, I like this one. 7800X3D, 5070 Ti in the King 95. Really, really nice. Ghost Poner, what's going on? How's it going? Welcome. I'm always hunting one thing or another. It's either hits and Pokemon cards or PC deals. Yeah. See this right here. If you're going to drop $6,000 on a PC, wait a couple weeks for the 9950X 3D V2 to come out. Don't buy it right now. Just wait a couple weeks. Also, why would you spend that much more than just getting, especially for just gaming? Like this, too much for just gaming. This, perfect for just gaming if you're going 4K. If you're going 1440p, this is too much. Like, don't overextend yourself if you don't need to. There's still plenty of deals here. They're higher than they were before. We know. I know. It's more money than you would like to spend. Well, we'll have to have a time machine if you want to avoid that. Go back in time 8 months and then you'll be fine. Jalen playing some Final Fantasy 14. Nice. Nice. I played a little 14. I played a little bit of it. I think I burnt out my willingness to grind an MMO with like the 11th expansion of World of Warcraft. I was like, nah, dude. I think I'm done with this part of my life. I don't have it in me anymore. Then again, I'll go and play my 400th Super Metroid map randomizer. Like, yeah. I will say though, it was a great game. 14 is a great game. Something I could have absolutely have put ungodly amounts of time into. This is good. Look at this. 265K, 5070, 1 terabyte Gen 4 is that's fine. 1999. If you're doing more than just gaming, this is great. But what's the RAM in this? It's 32 gigs, right? Yeah, that's fine. 32 gigs, year 5, 6,000 though. Now, did we get a form from this? No, we did not. I really wanted to help somebody out. It's just that was in the middle of a video. What am I supposed to do? It's like, I feel like I'm like, oh, don't go anywhere. Let me help you. But, you know, sometimes it's just like, oh, well, I was just asking a question, buddy. Thanks a lot, though. Even if it's like you can save somebody $200 on their PC, it's not a, you know, if money's not an issue, then it's fine, I guess. Unless you're doing server type stuff, I don't see the point in having like 128 gigs of RAM in a gaming rig. In a gaming rig, true. That's right. And I mean, yeah. Now, why are you bringing that up? Is that because I looked at the PC that was here with the 265K and I said, well, it has 32 gigs. I didn't say that it was for a gaming rig. 32 gigs for a gaming rig is indeed totally fine. However, the 265K, although it has since been supplanted by the 270K plus, the 265K was tied for second place out of all consumer desktop CPUs in Adobe Premiere Pro for half the price of for the other two options that were first and second place, for half the price of those. So the 265K for someone who's gaming and doing content creation. But 32 gigs of RAM then, not enough. I just see like a lot of videos of streamer builds and stuff I watch too, where they have put a lot of RAM in their rigs. Good. It's a streamer build. They probably need it. If it's just solo gaming PC and they have a secondary PC for streaming, they don't need it. Unless they're playing Escape from Tarkov. There's not enough system memory in the world for that stupid game. It just, the memory leaks and the unoptimized nature of it. I'm sure that it's a great game that a lot of people do enjoy. But the devs don't care about the memory leaks, don't plan on fixing it from what I understand, so whatever. But I understand the usage case scenario there too. Yes. I don't have 128 gigs of RAM in my main editing rig. I have a 96 gig kit, and it's more than enough. But if you let it, Adobe will use every gig you let it use. Particularly if you're editing 6K raw footage, high bit rate, all of that. Every frame gets stored in system memory so that you can scrub through it very quickly. That is why for video editing, RAM is such a critical thing. And it's not necessarily the speed of it, it's the capacity. You have to have plenty of RAM capacity for that. It's the same thing with music production. If you're the type of music producer where you have a lot of actual audio samples, but baked into MIDI instruments, essentially, or whatever, those actual high-quality audio samples, for every note on the keyboard, right? For every note on your music keyboard, not your keyboard. Every note, it all has to be loaded into system memory. And that could be for 50 instruments. That is a lot of data. So yeah, for things other than gaming, which sometimes I feel like people forget exist. Yes, as a matter of fact, PCs can be used for more than gaming. I feel like I have to say sometimes. Anyways, yeah, it's very critical to have a lot of memory, and that's the customer who's like the person who's like dreaming of being a YouTuber or something like that, or a filmmaker, and they just trying to learn editing and their software is running super slowly. They're like, I got to get a good PC for this. Like, those dreams are getting crushed right now, man. It sucks. But things are getting slowly better, so we'll see. Here's hoping. Also, another side benefit is that some game studios are actually starting to optimize their stuff because they want people to play their games. I want to see where Linux is at. Natty, they're talking to you. Yeah, I'm not a Linux guy. I will freely admit that. I don't think the Linux community would want me because, I don't know. I know someone who travels the world training enterprise level, like at the enterprise level, training teams of people to use Linux. He's a certified Red Hat instructor, I think. I still didn't get into Linux. I tried. It wasn't really for me, and that's okay. The thing with Linux, from my own experience, is just there's a wide variety of games that don't run well under Linux. Well, that's improving drastically. Linux is pretty far. There are things that are more difficult to do than Windows, but there are Linux distros that there's one particular, what's the name? Bazite, right? Is that the one you're using? Bazite emulates SteamOS. There you go. That apparently is a drastic improvement for gaming on Linux. It really depends on the distro that you use and the purpose for it. It's almost like the PC itself being built for a purpose. They're easier to do. For example, some Fedora distros like Bazite that emulates SteamOS and has native AMD support. I didn't even need to install drivers for Adrenaline. AMD just has native drivers in Linux. Nice. See, this is why I wanted Natty to come talk about it. Because I am not I'm not a Linux authority in any way. I did pull some really cool cards though. By the way, I don't know. I don't know what the obsession with slabs are. Like, yes, this is going to be in like the background for my for my other setup, the Pikachu Burger Chew card. Like, this is a lot of space taken up by one card. It's a 10 and that's awesome, but I would not have bought this. There are people who all they buy are slabs. I don't get that. You can't put it in a binder. Are there slab binders? That would be massive. And I don't mean like that would be a big deal. I mean, it would just size-wise be huge. There was all the hype around 13th and 14th gen CPUs, and the microcode era struck right after I got my PC. They did, yes. The entire industry was shocked by that. And Intel is still recovering from it. They deserve all the flack they got. I don't think that should have influenced the reviews of Core Ultra 200S like it did. 13th and 14th gen were already in the pipeline for like a year or so when Pat Gelsinger came on board. Core Ultra 200S was his baby. That was his product. And it was really good. And no one would say it was good because the public opinion, which we must cater to the public opinion, was that Intel bad. And yes, they deserved that because of their handling. Like 13th and 14th gen happened, but had Intel come out and said, hey, there's an issue. There's a known issue. We have open RMAs, yada, yada. If they had done that a couple months after they had done some thorough testing and everything, fixed the microcode after a couple months, that would have been a win for Intel. Yeah, a win. But that costs money. And, oh, but it hurts our reputation. How's your reputation now, Intel? How's that coming along? I don't know. I don't know. The problem with doing what I do is that I say things and then people will spend money based off the things I say. That is a huge responsibility. But there's no way I could possibly know that these things would happen, and then Intel would go on for a year to deny it and refuse RMAs for an internally known issue, and then eventually be forced by media and for all this stuff to finally come out and say, yeah, there might be a little bit of a problem, with PCs freezing and gaming and crashing and actual physical internal damage to CPUs. We guess. Big deal. Come on, it's fine. Yeah, we'll do an RMA for your CPU. Sure, I guess. Hey, buy our new Core Ultra 200S. Of course it was going to have bad press at launch. Of course it was. How was it not? It's just, you got to be able to separate the two, I think. Does it mean that Intel has, I don't know, a big focus on the bottom line and profit, of course, all that? Yeah, that's a major corporation for you. AMD is no better when it comes to that. AMD has done some stuff in the past that is also really garbage. It's just their CPUs are on top of the charts, so everyone gives them a pass. 3D V-Cache chips are too expensive. They're too expensive. They benefit 1080p gamers the most, and they refuse. Like, if at CES they had launched a 9600X 3D, I would have been doing cartwheels and jumping for joy. Nope, they launched a more expensive and only slightly better 9850X 3D. Why even? Why? Why do this? They were supposed to launch the 9950X 3D V2. They were supposed to do that at CES. And then they didn't until Intel announces their refresh for Ultra 200S Plus. And then they're like, oh yeah, well here, how about this? 2 CCDs with 3D V-Cache. Haha. And it's going to be what, like $900 probably. AMD is not your friend. They are a company. When there's people out there who will be like, oh, I'm never buying Intel again. I'm only ever buying AMD. Y'all do know there was a time when Intel was legitimately the gaming king and AMD just straight up sucked. And then they came out with Ryzen. And the first generation of Ryzen was pretty shaky, but you could start to see the vision. And then it started to take over in terms of productivity. Now Intel is the winner in productivity and AMD is the winner in gaming. Does that mean Intel is done for? Well, did it mean AMD was done for back in the reverse days? No. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about how short people's memories are, except for those who weren't even into the hobby in that time. That's what I understand. I get that. Of course I get that. You weren't into it, so you don't know about it. But why don't we hear more talk about that? It's, Intel is this, Intel is just dying, circling the drain. Is this your first time around here with these companies? Like, they do go back and forth. Advantage Intel, advantage AMD. The next generation of Intel chips, Nova Lake, AMD had better be ready for this. Because guess what? Their one trump card, 3D V-Cache, Intel's coming out with their own version of that on a 52-core chip. What answer to that could AMD possibly have? Oh, well, you see, we're learning to count higher than 8. What do you think about that, industry? Yeah, they're finally going to increase the core count on their chiplets, which was limited to 8 cores, even in their epic CPUs, their server CPUs. It was just a bunch of 8-core chiplets. They're going to be increasing that to either 10 or 12. Now, a 24-core flagship CPU from AMD, the 11950X3D whatever, that's going to be pretty bomb, right? It's going to be pretty good. That's no 52 cores though. And their 3D V-Cache advantage, we'll see how Intel does with theirs. But yeah, I don't know about all that. Always good to remind people that corporations are not and never will be your friends. They would sell your family if it meant they got a higher profit margin that quarter. Yeah. Now, does that mean all the people at these companies are bad? No. I have friends at both Intel and AMD. But the moment that you say, I'm only ever going to buy from this one corporation, you're selling yourself off too cheaply there. Yeah, by a lot. They don't have any loyalty to you. You do not need to have any loyalty to a company because they are not loyal to you. You are a wallet. That's kind of how they have to operate to compete in this free market. That's what they got to do. In the worldwide market, the global market, they got to do that. Who was it earlier that was talking about AMD buying out Intel? I mean, that's not, no. Intel is not, like, they're killing it. They're killing it in laptop CPUs right now. We don't talk about laptops, but I do know they are killing it in the laptop space. And there is so much money there. Intel is fine. They're doing fine. It is the niche gamer customer that is like, Intel sucks. They're going to be closing the corporation. They're going to be bought out by whoever. No. Like, if you're reading rumors about that, go to a different website. That's not happening. Now, are they collaborating on something? That's what was being talked about? Yeah. I know people who... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Bad mojo on both sides. I feel like led to a situation where Intel could have fixed the issue earlier, but due to confusion amongst we got was what was handed to us? Huh? I mean, yeah, they could have fixed the issue earlier. Like, that's it. They could have just done that. I don't know who it is that, like, it's Intel had the same problem Asus does. Deny, deny, deny for the sake of your reputation, which then, because you, eventually have to admit it, your reputation is, like, doubly harmed. Like, who is in marketing and PR that thinks that this is eventually going to work? It'll probably work someday. It does not work. Y'all need to have accountability and transparency. I know people who work for NVIDIA and have followed since back when I first got into tech enthusiast. I gained a lot of knowledge from tech streamers. Yes. Oh, man. I know some good people who are being dragged through the coals over the DLSS 5 debacle. And, like, I cannot imagine working for the richest company in the world. I can't imagine that. I've never done that. I've never come close to that. The pressure from up top versus if you're in a public position where you have to talk to the public versus that pressure, I cannot imagine it. I can't fathom that. The only pressure in my position here comes from the inherent responsibility I have to you guys in terms of doing my best to do a good job to make good recommendations. That's it. And it's a lot of pressure, but it's not nearly the same. Unironically, like the only way people would get mad at a company admitting they made a mistake is if the company made the same damn mistake like 3 times. Otherwise, everyone would be like, cool, that's awesome. I'm glad you acknowledge it and we'll fix it. Transparency and accountability is awesome. Yes. Look at Fractal. Fractal with the Fractal torrent, which is like, it wouldn't be the case as popular of a case still today if when there was a grounding issue on the fan hub, they didn't say something, but they did. Before anybody reported any issues, they were like, yo, this is a problem and we are going to replace this for you. There you go. Look at Trikes with the Luna case. When Gamers Nexus was like, hey, you have serious problems with quality control for your case, they were like, okay, we're pulling them off the shelves and we're going to fix every issue you mentioned. Here you go. Did they do it perfectly? No. But the effort was there. The admission was there. The accountability was there. That gives me hope for Trikes and the people, at least handling the PR over there. PR is it's a crazy job to take upon yourself. It's not my thing. But you're basically in a position to be, get piled on, like by your bosses if the public reacts this way or that way. But the bosses still want you to save face, to make excuses, to do this and that. No. When you give PR free reign to be accountable, to be honest and all that stuff, it just goes so much better. Like that's, yeah. Is that, and that's not an infallible thing to say. Like there's going to be exceptions, of course, but whatever. Yeah, someone told me about AMD buying Intel. I went back and looked. It was an April Fool's Day joke. There you go. There it is. What date is it? There it is. Now that makes sense. TechNerd420, what's up? Hey, Bertha, hope your day is going well. If you're in the building mood, you can make me a PC around the 3080 Ti for streaming. TechNerd, if I may ask, why the 3080 Ti? I know there's delay here, so you've probably been waiting for a response. Sorry about that. YouTube has a longer delay than Twitch because it gets higher quality video. But hey, it's a worthy sacrifice. You don't want to miss out on all this. Hey, Bray, what's the code for Alexander PCs? Gary, I'm glad you asked. It is just my name right now. It's my name. It's Braythorn. How you doing, Gary? Hope you're doing well. Are you looking at something from APC or what? Nero, I hope you got that. You got that response because I did respond to that a while back. Why did I do that? Which one am I hooked up to here? Okay, a little off there. Go. I'm not a huge fan of the way they did the tenting on the Digma Raise 2 because on the kit that I have for the Raise 1, the original Raise, it locks into place. With this, it just moves. Like if you mess with these too much. And these feet are really annoying, but it doesn't sit right if you don't use them when you have it tented like this. Anyways. But yeah, Cherokee Vapors, thank you for looking back in on that. And that's the thing is like, even when it's not the 1st of April, we got to be careful what we read online. You know? I know that I myself have had knee-jerk reactions to things, and it's not the way. It's not the way. Good. Yes. A custom with a 217 Infinity case, 9800 extra D and a 5080. Gary, my goodness, that sounds awesome. Please tell TJ that I said hi. If you get an email from him or anything, or you talk to him an email. Haven't talked to him in a while. But yeah, Tech Nerd, tell me more about this 3080 Ti system. Like, what is it for? What is it for streaming? You already said that. It's for streaming. Got it. 3080 Ti. My question was, why a 3080 Ti specifically? And if you could fill out the form, that'll answer all of the questions. It's the first link in the description. That would get you onto this list right here, along with the answers I need. Because guess what? I don't have a budget for you. I could basically build a $10,000 PC around that 3080 Ti. Maybe not that much. It's just a GPU laying in the closet and looking to help someone out. I think I need at least 8 cores and 32 gigs of DDR4. So you want a DDR4 system. But I see some combo on Amazon with a 5500. Okay, Tech Nerd, please fill out the form. I still don't know your budget for the system. I can, like, is it $3,000? Is it $1,200? What are we talking about here? Because, you know, RAM is pretty expensive right now. And you said it's for streaming. Is it them gaming and streaming on the same system? So 3080 Ti, 12 gigs of VRAM, 7th gen NVENC. Still very good for streaming. Okay, you're good, Tech Nerd. No worries. It helps us both, you know. Coworker told you Friday. Nice. Nice. Okay. Well, the thing I said about what you read on the internet, that goes quadruple for coworkers, apparently. And he's back. And now you can hear me too. Okay. Okay, so we've got some options right now. Options are great. We like those. So I have, is that 20 or is that 10? Hold on, let me check. I think let me see. What do I got left of this? Okay, yeah. So I have 20 packs of Battle Partners, Journey Together, basically, or half of Journey Together, something like that. That would be cool. I want to open those. Clay Burst. I don't remember what set this was. I have how many? Yeah, looks like I have 20 of these as well. And then an unopened box of Mega Brave. Half of Mega Evolution base set that has potentially the Venusaur in here. Which one should I do before we finish up? Mega? Yeah, all right. I think what I'm going to try is I'm going to do one pack and see if that... Natty, was it you or Shanala, was it you telling me about the pack trick for this? Shanala, I think it was you. I think what I'm tonight is a 5-card pack, so triggers 1 card. So what I'll try doing is I will make a separate stack for the 5th card, and we'll check those first. I think it might be. I thought it might be kind of like how you could get your hit as the last card in like modern Mega Evolution sets, right? Not the last card, that's the energy card, but I'm talking about when you do the 1 card pack trick. The last card is usually the hit, but then sometimes it's one of the reverse hollows that's the hit. Thought it was something like that, but with only 5 cards in the packs, yeah. Okay. We'll talk about this first. Tech Nerd, let's talk about this. So when you talked about going 32 gigs on this system, gaming and streaming, yes. However, gaming, streaming, content creation / video editing, that usually benefits from more than 32 gigs of RAM. I hate to say it, but generally you want to go with 64 if you can for this. Now, if you go with a system that can do DDR5, there are 48 gig kits of RAM. RAM prices are going down, but with the content creation / video editing side of things, at least you already have the GPU. That's a big help right there. Form done, just trying to hit a budget of 1200 with the 3080 Ti being 300 of it, so it's not part of the system yet. Okay. I have an ATI Radeon 9200 AGP in the closet, new in box. How about a retro build? So I was organizing cards. I also vote for Mega. Nice. Okay, so that's 2 votes. That works for me. So if the budget is $1,200 and we're taking out $300 for the 3080 Ti, the budget is actually just $900, right? Okay, so it's not content creation. Okay, cool. That made me hit the brakes right there. This is the question right here that has the most effect on the system. Now, is the budget actually just $900? I would put 12 here, but I would keep in mind that you already have the GPU. Because you said $300 of the. Did you mean to say of the budget? So that would mean I have $900 to work with. I don't think Build Cores is going to have a 3080 Ti in there. It's mostly newer stuff. I don't know which one it is, but we're going EVGA because nostalgia. We're going to add that, and we're going to change the price. $300. Mark as purchased. There you go. $1,000 max. Okay. $1,000. Without the GPU. Got it. Now you said no when asked whether upgrading the CPU over time would be important. Right here. But it does need Wi-Fi. Okay. Gaming and streaming. So let's think about this. On the Intel side of it, you could safely go with 12th gen Intel. Not a problem. Great CPUs. On the AMD side, if you go with anything above 5000 series Ryzen, then you're going DDR5. But with Intel, you can go later gen and have DDR4 anyway. You said at least 8 cores, and that does track with gaming and streaming. Let's take a look at some CPUs here. Well, first off, let me check something here. Let me check RAM. Okay. So let's say we go, because $1,000 is not bad, actually. It doesn't have to be the oldest system. Like, it doesn't have to be. And we did say don't care about upgrading. Did the 265K drop in price? Oh, the 250K is only $15 more than the 245K. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud. Give me a second. Not the F. By the way, for anyone who's like, oh, Intel's sinking, they're not doing it. Yeah, they're sold out of the new 270K plus. It is sold out. But I want to know if the 265K has dropped in price. 283, not really. That is 20 cores though for 283. But yeah, if you're like, why isn't he going AMD? They're not the only CPU company. That's why. Because think about this, 9700X, 8 cores, 16 threads. Sure. $304. 265K, 283 with 20 cores. And the motherboards for these CPUs have tons of I/O, which is important for streaming. But that's going to be a lot right off the bat. Whatever. I'll just undo this if it doesn't work. No, I think we need to go more budget than this, but I'm still looking. This will require DDR5 though, but we did see 32 gig kits for like, what is it, 350 or so? That's too much. It's too much. We got to go DDR4. Okay, we're going to clear this out. Yeah, it's just a little bit too, just because of RAM and storage. Storage is also going to be expensive, so yeah. Do you happen to have storage you would throw in there? Because that's also like 2 or 3 times original price right now. Okay, what if we go, we got to see if there are any. Let's see. Z690 there, because those, a lot of those sold when the RAM shortages hit. Asus Tough Gaming Z690 plus Wi-Fi $219.99 is a little high, but this is if we go 12th gen, but this is not the DDR4 version. That's not the DDR4 version. Those are the ones that all sold out really fast. There's the D4. It is out of stock. Yep. Out of stock. Here, what if I put RAM type DDR4? They're all going to be out of stock. All out of stock. Yep. Okay. Cool. So that what if, oh, I should have stayed in motherboards. What if we switch instead to AM4, I guess? I mean, I'd rather go higher than that, but at 5,500, probably not what I would go with. And we want full ATX. If you're for a streaming PC, you do not put MATX or ITX. You just don't do that. You need the expandability. What if we just tell it X570? Are these just all gone? Okay, B550 then. Wow. Oh, some of the, at least there's plenty of these. Yeah, don't show the IO, whatever you do. All right. It's good you get AX Wi-Fi with this one, so that's nice. Modern Wi-Fi. This sucks. What the heck, man? No USB-C, though it does have a front panel connector, maybe? No, it doesn't even have... Yeah, it does. It's right here. So you get some USB-C, I guess. But you should be able to put in a USB add-in card for this to add more USB ports, because this is sad. That's just sad right there. For a streaming PC. For a gaming PC, it's fine. Because if you're there thinking like, what is he talking about? There's like 5 USB ports on there. Then you just use gaming PCs, and that's okay. You just game, and that's fine. For streaming, the moment you run out of USB ports, that's a bad moment. No one likes that moment. Okay. At least you have a Type-C here. Jeez. What are they thinking with these? That's a whole motherboard. What is wrong with these people? This was a bad time for motherboards. I got to tell you. It was a bad time. Actually, let me leave that open to make sure I remember I've already looked at it. Ah, boy. All right. Let's look at the Strix. It's at my... I can get a 1 terabyte Western Digital SN 5000 for 66. It's a slow drive, but fine for this build, I think. It's at my local... This is a build that will be donated to a school for a raffle for a class trip. Oh, that's really cool. Okay. That's very cool to do. Better, closer, warmer, Type-C, and 7 Type-A's. All right. That's better. Doesn't have Wi-Fi, though. And if it needs Wi-Fi... Now, if this is for streaming, don't stream on Wi-Fi. That's a bad idea. You'll have a bad time. And so will your viewers. I miss these days. Back when the only problem you would have by using all your M.2 sockets is that you'd lose SATA ports. Oh no. This doesn't have a front panel USB-C connector, apparently. 2 M.2 slots is not great. But it is what it's a thing. It's a product of its time. Yeah, there's no front panel Type-C connector. Fine. What I was looking for was networking. The Ethernet is going to be a 2.5 gig, which is nice. That is nice for this generation. Where's the Wi-Fi? Did I miss something? Because it just said Ethernet. Oh, it doesn't have Wi-Fi. I'm an idiot. It does not have Wi-Fi. That's why. They're not like hiding anything here. I mean, we're getting there. But these are also getting expensive for this generation of motherboard. I already looked at that. I guess I didn't look at this. I looked at the Tomahawk Max, right? Yeah. If you tell me streaming, do not be surprised when I spend too long on the motherboard, because that's how you find stuff like this. Now you have 1 gig Ethernet. Yes. No, and it doesn't have Wi-Fi. There's PCIe Wi-Fi cards that are very good. That's probably what you'd have to put in here. But 4 USB 2.0 ports is great for this. You can run a Stream Deck off of a USB 2.0, your mouse, your keyboard, your USB headset, if that's what you're using, or a USB microphone. Most of them will run off of this. Like a Fifine AM8, bundle that thing in there. It's a really nice $50 microphone that has both XLR and USB Type-C. Speaking of Type-C, there's one here and 3 faster ports. That's good. This is fine. Okay, I don't want to watch that. Looks cool too, which is nice. Does it have front panel Type-C? It does. Yeah, when I'm looking for a while, this is what I'm looking for. 3080 Ti's usually weren't massive, so you should be able to use both of these slots. So one of these can have a Wi-Fi card. There you go. It's probably PCIe Gen 3 though, so don't go crazy with the Wi-Fi card. You have 2 M.2 sockets on here, pretty bog standard for that time. Yeah, this is probably our board right here. That's why I do what I do. B550 Gaming Plus, $139.99. There's no bundles on this. There's no bundles on PC Part Picker. I said it needed Wi-Fi because I don't know who will get it. That's true. Braythorn, they can use a SATA M.2 instead of a 2.5-inch SATA SSD. Well, that takes up an M.2 slot. Yeah. It does not have to be high-end. Just work and do basic gaming, and would like them to be able to stream if they want. This is cheaper than the Strix board and way better in terms of connectivity. It's worth spending a little time to look through that. Okay. Okay. Why are these all at the top if there's no prices for them? Okay, sorry. I'm not going to start yelling now. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine. Okay, 5800X is $230. Dang, 5800 XT is just $14 more, but not a. I mean, it's whatever. 5700 is $178. There you go. 8 cores. I feel like there was something about the 5700 that I need to remember, and I can't remember what it is. Does it limit PCIe bandwidth? Also, box cooler included in here, so you don't have to spend more on a cooler. Okay, PCIe 3.0. There you go. Thank you, commenter. Appreciate that. We don't... well, what was the 3080 Ti was it 4? Yeah, so it's PCIe 4.0. PCIe 4 on the 3080 Ti. Are you going to lose a whole bunch going PCIe Gen 3, X16? I don't think so. Hard to say. Oh, what is it? All right, Bray, have fun on tech support. I'm going to be a responsible adult, make spaghetti at 2 a.m. All right. All right, see you, Natty. Thanks for the Linux help earlier. It's funny because if I just spent like a few days just messing with, or like a week or two messing with Linux, I could learn whatever I needed, but it's just, I don't do that. There we go. Okay. So that's 178 versus a 5700X, which is 210. Why is it a hollow add button? It's in stock. GameStop, really? Okay, Amazon's the one that's got it. They have used from $199 and up. So this is $20 less than a 5800X. It is 4.4 gigahertz slower on the base clock and only 0.1 gigahertz slower on the boost clock. Lower wattage, more efficient. probably will cool better. Let's try it with a 5700X. Let's try it with that. Okay, I just want this to read 0. How about that? There we go. So CPU and motherboard 350. Memory 32 gigs DDR4. Let's give it a shot. $199. That's doable. You can get the LPX if you're worried about clearance issues, but you shouldn't be. But we'll go silicon power. So that puts us at $549. All right, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Storage, oh boy, we'll do a terabyte. Kingston NV3. That should not be $162.99. That should be like $60, but that's how it goes. $2,200 for an 8 terabyte 9100 Pro. This is the worst timeline. It just is. You already talked about storage. You've got storage covered. You said it was $55. We'll subtract that, so we're $950 is our budget. $55 is crazy good. I personally like the Montec XR. If you want something that looks really sharp, it has solid airflow, comes with fans, and it's $70. Now the power supply, also Montec, because they got the best deal. $89.90 for a very highly rated, Cybernetics Platinum rated, fully modular, 850 watt power supply, $89.90. You could even add a nice 360 millimeter AIO for like $55 from Thermalright. Let's do it. That's the V3. It goes all the way up to the V6, depending on the style that you like the most. They all perform pretty similarly. We just pick Thermalright, and then we pick 360 millimeter. There you go. And then adjust the prices. Yeah. We'll do the V6 right here, $53.90. We actually have money left over. How about that? Brent Brown, welcome. How's it going? I got a key I can put in, so don't worry about Windows. Yeah, I usually don't bring that up other than to say don't pay full price. Yeah, we're at $763.67. The only thing is I didn't include storage, so I could actually at this price. So what we could do is we could bump the CPU up a little bit, but I think a 5700X is totally fine for this. The 5800X 3D is sold out, but if you want to like, what about the other option? It's not, there's no price. 5700X 3D, not a price option listed here. Yeah, I would say this is fine. When we're under budget. So that's nice. I'm telling you, these Montec Century 2s, they are the best power supplies on the market right now. Not sponsored or anything. I talked to Montec one time at Computex. That was it. And we never spoke after that. So, but it's just the best price, very highly rated, like A- or A rated on the, depending on the power, the wattage that you choose. 850 watts, more than enough for a 3080 Ti. Yeah. There we go. And whoever gets it will have a great system for 1440 and maybe light 4K. Yeah, I mean, the 3080 Ti could do 4K. You just have to make sure that you mess with the settings a bit, bring the settings down some, because games have become more like less and less optimized over the years, which is awesome. We love that around here. Now, don't forget that motherboard did not have Wi-Fi, but you've got the option for it. It does use PCIe Gen 4 because we went 5700X. So you can actually get a pretty solid Wi-Fi, PCIe Wi-Fi. Don't do a USB one. Just, I mean, you have budget left to add two things. Check this out. You can add the Wi-Fi and one of these. Add more USB ports. Why not? That's like 30 bucks right there. And we're a couple $100 under budget. So there you go. Just look up USB 3 PCIe card and there you go. USB 3.0 PCIe. That'll bring you to cards like that. There you go. All right. I agree with that. I bought a 1200 watt one just because it was on sale. $99 on Black Friday. Man, you got to, that's a great deal. Yeah. Montech is just like what Thermalright did to the cooler market. Montech is doing to the power supply market. And then we love to see it. Does it have the M.2 hookup or does it have to be PCIe adapter? You talking about for Wi-Fi? PCIe adapter, I believe. You'll find more of those in ASRock boards. It does not have the M.2 for a Wi-Fi adapter. What you'll usually see, if it does have that, you'll see the holes for the mini coaxial connections to be applied after the fact. This does not have that, so it has to be a PCIe card. But yes, the link to the motherboard itself is there in the part picker list. So there you go. You good? You're good to go. Okay, you didn't have to do that. Okay, hold on. Hold on. TechNerd420 just dropped 10 gifted memberships to the YouTube chat. Let's go, nerds. That is a gifted membership for... Wait, you got one yourself. Look at that. I don't think I've ever seen that. So TechNerd420, J something or other, Seasons 2, Avsu, Winter, numbers and letters, Hayden Buckley, 7351, Cody Dawn, Sean Campbell, 92, The Bongler, and Astolfo. Welcome to the Swarm. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. That's not why I do this, but hey, thank you very much. The support does help and is much appreciated. Thank you. All right, we're gonna do one last thing, even though it is midnight, because now I want to know about the pack trick and see if it works on these. That's it. That's the only reason. All right. Thank you for all you do. You're very welcome. Thank you for the support. I do appreciate that. Thank you. That was a fun one. That was fun. You could see me wanting to stubbornly like stick to current gen stuff. Sometimes it's just not the best option. Like that was really a surprisingly good build. I guess that market is good right now. Not X570. Those motherboards are gone apparently. Okay. Huh. All right. This is my last chance to pull the Mega Venusaur SAR from Mega Brave to complete my set before I just have to end up trading for the card. So let's see if this box that has been sitting on my desk for, I don't know, a month or so. Let's see if this thing has the last card for that matching set. It could happen. You never know. Now, while I am going to do a mega pack for this to just get through this box and get my answers, because I got to know, while I am going to do that, we're going to check one pack first, because apparently there is a pack trick to these, and I have been unnecessarily keeping commons and uncommons in the mega packs, and we just can't have that. Is it truly a mega pack if it has commons and uncommons in it? Who knows? Thank you, Brent Brown. Appreciate that. So if that is the case, this could be a full box mega pack other than one pack. That's about 30 cards instead of 60. That would speed things up a little bit. Even though I don't need to, of course, I put it in sport mode. Let's get all of these packs out real quick. And then we will just pick, I don't know, one random one. Let's get this guy right here. There we go. So, pack trick of one card. This should be a common or uncommon, and it is. How about that? Well, okay. Here's what we're going to do then. We're just going to get the fourth card out of every pack, and we're going to set the fifth card in its own separate stack just to check those at the end. But yeah, this should save us a little bit of time. Okay, hyperspeed starts now. I guess that goes there. No, let's throw it back over there. That's what I was having problems with. I kept trying DDR5, even thought about going to 16 gigs, but it limited the use case. And I didn't know who was getting it, and I don't want some poor kid getting it and not being able to do what they want. Yeah, I mean, even if it was like, well, maybe I can add some RAM. Yeah, right now ain't the time for that, unfortunately. I'm all for having one of these kids get it and have it be an opportunity to upgrade and make it better. But the industry doesn't want people doing that right now. Not unless you are an AI company. You get the upgrades. Only you. There you go, buddy. No, I think I like what you did there. Sometimes you just hold, like one of the parts that people will be more likely to hold on to is usually a GPU, unless they need to sell it in order to like to help afford or pay back on the upgrade that they made. And just building a PC around that makes a lot of sense. So I like what you're doing there. It's not the first time I've done that, but I do enjoy doing it. So that's going to be our hit stack right there. The pack trick cards will be going right there. Let's see how this works out. Not a very good cut, but that's okay. Feels like I'm dealing cards here. Holy Biscuits and Gravy. X570 motherboards on Amazon. Asus Prime X570. Okay. It's 440 bucks. Yeah. Literally no one needs to be buying that. That's a third-party seller. They are trying to take advantage of those who can only get their hands on or are trying to reuse their DDR4 kits. So yeah, that's why we could not find any DDR4 LGA 1700 motherboards. It's basically being scalped. That is what worldwide shortages, global shortages will do. Brings out the best in so many of us. Halfway done. Sorry, this is just taking a little longer because I have to do 3 stacks instead of 2. And they're very slidey, slippity slidey. They just want to slide. Okay, there you go. I'm inclined to believe this because I've literally never had the last card of one of these mega packs be a hit. It's always a common or uncommon. So it does stand to reason that is it's a 1 card pack trick. So thank you for bringing that up. So I would investigate. Next cheapest is $300. And is micro ATX, no heat sinks on the VRMs. That's crazy. Yet B550 is a very good price. Don't know what's up with that. Not very well. Yeah, there were some that were like $90. And yes, B550 is lacking some features of X570. But if it's mostly going to be a gaming PC that can also maybe be used for streaming, I think we found the best motherboard that we could. Don't mix, please. All right, final one. All right. Okay, time for science here. So we've got our first, second, and third cards all right here. They should all be just commons and uncommons. This second stack are the fourth cards out of every pack. These should be all the hits. There you go. And then these should be the fifth cards out of every pack, other than this one that I set aside, the Spirit Tomb here. There we go. So let's first, well, we already have every common and uncommon, I'm fairly certain, from Mega Evolution. But you know what? We'll check it anyways. We'll just really comb through these very quickly. Nothing new, nothing new. Yep. I've done so many of these packs. It's fine. We know it. We know it. Yeah, we good. Okay. I feel like that is enough right there. Okay. All right. Now, if this pack trick is correct, this stack right here should have no hits in it. So let's find out. I mean, Lily's Determination, awesome card for the TCG, but not qualified as a hit. Okay, let's just zoom in, make sure my focus is good. Okay. Celebi, Volcanion, okay. I guess if you're going to get an item, trainer card rather, then it's going to be there. It seems like these are all stage 2s. A lot of these are, well, not all, but a lot of these are stage 2s or basic, like already fully evolved Pokemon. Okay. All right. Stage 1, if it's just got one evolution, right? Lily's Determination. Yeah. Okay. So these are going to be like your uncommons then. That's what the fifth card seems to be. Or mostly uncommons and trainer cards. Cool. All right. That helps a little bit. Now, here's where the hit should be. We have 30 cards here. This is where all the hits should be. And this first one we're going to see is from the random pack that I pulled just to test the theory here, just to test the pack trick here. Who knows? Maybe it's going to be a hit. Let's find out. And no, it's not. Okay. It's not guaranteed hits in every pack. That's the thing about it. That's why some people just don't go for these and over the high class boxes. It's okay. We need, as a reminder, we need the Mega Venusaur EX SAR or SIR if it's in English, but it's not. I mean, it's Japanese. Yo, look at this Steelix card. Oh man, I've never seen this one. Oh, that is so sick. Look at that. Look at that. That is a tough card right there. Jeez, look at that. And he's cheesing too. He's smiling. Look at that. Oh, that's great. That is a good pull right there. That's just the first one. Okay, keep going. Keep it going. Let's go. Up. And we got a Darkrai right there. It's a it's a it's a deep pocket monster thing. Okay. He pulled the Yveltal, called it a Darkrai. That was okay. All right. Yveltal. All right. Okay. Mega Absol EX. Marshadow. Another Steelix. Basically that card, but not full art. Lily's Determination. And we get another Bulbasaur. Yay. Help. Help me. Make it stop. Please. 5. I now have 5 of these. I've 5. 2 promos, and I've pulled 3 of these. 3. But it's still a hit, and we love Bubby around here. All right? It's okay. It's fine. My girlfriend will be happy to get another one of those, or I don't know. It'll go to somebody. Night Stretcher full art. Nice. The secret rare trainer card is the Night Stretcher. That's a good card. I mean, I can't play it here, but it is a good card in general. Mega Camerupt EX. All right. The hits keep on coming. Got the Vulpix again. I do have this one already. We do have the Vulpix here. Nice. Nice. All art rares so far. No SAR yet. Add the Bulbasaur to the shrine. Yeah. Hi, Ari. Yes. There it is. I pulled. This is a third one that I've pulled. I've pulled 3 of these now, and I would like it to. This is supposed to be the Mega Venusaur. For SAR, it's supposed to be okay. Vulpix that's a great Vulpix card. This is my 3rd one. That's what chase cards do to you. That's how it goes. You shouldn't do chase cards. You shouldn't have a chase card, but that's what I chose to do. Okay, and that's a cool Hariyama. And Mega Lucario EX. Lieutenant Surge. We got 2 secret rare trainer cards in this one. Nice. And if I pull one more of these, I'm not ripping any more Mega Evolution. I'm not doing it, so I should be fine. I was gonna say I'm about to need the Night Stretcher. If I pull one more of these, it would end me. Like we can acknowledge though, with all of these. Okay, the Vulpix is such a great card. I can't be mad at Vulpix. Okay. Here we go. The Steelix. The Steelix made this box worth it. Look at this Steelix. That is so good. No, Vulpix, you fell. Ah, okay. I'm just trying to get these in one hand. Hold on. And another Bubby. I mean, great box. But you grow up. Be who you were meant to be. Well, looks like we're going to be trading for the Mega Venusaur EX, SAR, or SIR sometime in the future. Maybe later this month. There's another card show coming up and a bigger one. So we'll probably be going to that. Not by the time you see this. It will have long passed. But, oh well. I really need to not have chase cards. Sometimes they work out. Sometimes it works out. Spoiler if you haven't seen that video yet. Sometimes it really doesn't. Repeatedly. Okay, that's it for this one. Get subscribed or hit follow if you haven't already. And we'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I'm glad I got that out of the way. I am no longer going to be ripping packs of Mega Evolution. It is not for me. It is not for me, nor was it apparently ever for me. But man, that Steelix. That's going to be so good for the Pokédex. It looks sick. I need to go through and like, I'm getting behind again on logging all of the stuff I've opened and adding it to the Pokédex. But there's so many cards I want to have in there and they're not in there yet. I need to do that. It's just setting time aside to sit here for like a couple hours and just sort everything. It takes time. So yeah, but I want to see what we're at in terms of how many we've caught that doesn't get updated until I go through and cross-check everything. So what you gonna do? Oh man, that was fun though. It was fun, and it was funny. Like, for the sake of the content, I'll accept another Bulbasaur. And also, yes, Ari, another Bulbasaur to the shrine. You don't need another of the same card. You don't need it. Just so you know, at least one of every Bulbasaur that I've pulled ends up in Ari's little shrine to Bulbasaur. It's actually really cute. Okay. Probably really annoying to have most of the screen out of focus. My bad. Maybe someday I'll put that back to autofocus and it won't be really annoying. Or maybe someday I'll put a different lens on there so it's not as shallow a depth of field. We'll see. But today is not that day. All right. I need to go pick up some top loaders because I am just about out. I like those Bulbasaur cards. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy for you. Also, there was a hydrate while I was recording. Sorry about that. Wolf, my bad. There you go. That bottle just weird to drink out of. I don't know. Oh my goodness. Well, that was fun. I hope you guys had fun. I had fun. Hold on a second. All right, let's raid Nerduino. They're talking about Artemis 2, which, by the way, if you're not into space stuff, why aren't you into space stuff? Space is awesome. Let's say this. If you no, I don't know. I mean, I like space things. So I don't think we've ever raided Nerduino, but they have raided us. So that's what we're going to do. And y'all know what to do. If you're not subscribed, it's okay. I have an emote just for you. Right there. You can drop a few of these. There you go. And if you are subscribed, you can drop a few of these. Just copy and paste that in. That's our raid message. And looks like they're all watching it live. So that's cool. All right, let's raid them. They might not say anything because it's a live broadcast, but I like space things. So I thought maybe I would share that with you. Yeah, Project Hail Mary was an awesome movie. So if you like that movie, watch this very chill stream of Artemis 2 with Nerduino. All right. That's it for tonight. I'll catch you guys on Tuesday. Till then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!